Team vociferous, can you please raise your hands?
Very good morning, Ria. I'm not able to find the hand raise option in my Zoom.
Yeah, you can press Alt Y.
A moment, please. Still not working. I'm not getting that functionality over there.
There's also a reactions tab next to the share screen record breakout rooms. If you could find that.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and there's a raise hand feature.
Pradeep,
Yeah, you're in now. One more member from Team vociferous should be there.
Yeah,
And then
Soumendra
we
is
are
here.
good to
yes,
go.
yeah, I'm there. Soumendra Kumar.
Okay. Saurabh is still to raise his hand. Yeah. Are you
Actually,
facing some problem? Yeah.
yeah, the hand raise option is not available in the
Uh,
first.
can you try pressing Alt Y?
Yeah, first.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
Not a problem. We can proceed with it. It's okay.
yeah, sure.
So yeah, good morning batch and good morning teams. You'll now have your first activity, which is basically an elevator pitch. So in this activity, one member from each team has to come up with a creative elevator pitch for their team name. So to give you an example, if I'm from Team Joneses, I'll have to come up with a creative pitch with Joneses as the brand name. Okay. And each team will get 1 minute to jot down their points and 1 minute to present the whole pitch. And in that 1 minute, while you're jotting down your points, you also have to decide which team member will be presenting the pitch. Any doubts so far?
Ria, understood, Ria. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Pritu, go ahead.
So how do I coordinate with my teammate as to who's going to
You can call the other person, you can text the other person. It is completely fine. Okay. So as I'll announce that your time starts now, you'll get 1 minute to jot down your points. Okay. And as soon as 1 minute is up, I'll announce the team name, and that team, the member from that team has to immediately start the pitch. All right. Okay, so I'm taking there are no further time. Yeah. Okay. So team, the 1 minute for jotting down your points and deciding on the team member starts now.
Time's up.
Okay. So the first team is Team Conquistadors. You may begin.
could you repeat, Ria? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The first team is Team Conquistadors.
All
You
right.
may begin.
The conquistadors were actually Spanish conquerors. They were part of the Spanish Armada, which is the Spanish army, which were capturing which were conquering parts of Central America and South America. They were brave soldiers of the Spanish and Portuguese army, just as how they valiantly fought through the thick jungles of South America and Central America. We intend to fight very bravely and valiantly through this thick jungle of intellectual prowess. that is present available in this Zoom meeting, and we intend to come out as conquistadors and or conquerors after this meeting ends. Is there a time limit or should I just go on?
Yeah, we'll notify you.
Do I just go on?
Yeah.
All right. Well, just as conquistadors actually fought side by side, and they were known for their army tactics, me and my teammate, have had a lot of time to prepare with each other and know each other's strengths and weaknesses.
Time's
Just
up.
as, all right.
Okay, the next team is the Boomers. You may begin.
Hello everyone. The name Boomer means notable of its kind, and as we all know, the GPMS Institute is well known across the nation, and the alumni that we have from our institute have gone on to become the industry leaders, and we wish to represent them in the future. We really keep them in really high regard. And my teammate is Saurabh. I have known him since last 3 months, and we decided to participate in this competition because we thought that we could help out each other and be on the same wavelength and compete on a grand platform like the Joneses, and that's about it.
Okay, the next team is Team Vociferous. You may begin.
Yeah, good morning. So the team vociferous. Vociferous means that expressing or characterized by vehement opinions, loud and forceful. But we are not going to only put up points on the table loud and clearly, but we are also going to listen to the other points of view, because to understand and gauge the situation from both the aspects is very important while discussing a topic. So telling about my other teammate Yaduvansh, I have been in connection with the from past 1 year, and we have done a lot of things together, participating in the competition. So telling you more about the team Vociferous, putting the points across the table was one of our agenda, but listening to the other points is also on our discussion thing. Thank you.
Okay, the next team is Flying Eagles.
So, hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, you are.
So, I'll be going ahead. Our name is Flying Eagles with heavy heads, hooked beak. This game is not for the meek. These powerful creatures are the most powerful by the regards of the Bible, and their eyesight is the strongest than humans, and the vision is a hawk eye. We flying eagles are eagles because we soar high as we focus on the goal, and a symbol of freedom and peace. We propagate love and openness. And with the wide fly span, we conquer it all and have it all. We aim for the stars and shoot for the moon. We aim for the moon and shoot for the stars. Thank you.
Okay, the next team is Maluminati.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Oh, okay. Protected by the Arabian Sea on the west and the Western Ghats on the east, there lies a small state called Kerala, from where we hail, and we are affectionately called Mallus. To add a personal touch to it, we carry the historic name of the organization, Illuminati, to it. Illuminati, a designation that started in 15th century, assumed by or applied to various groups of persons who claim to be unusually enlightened. Similarly, we also aim to spread the love and power of knowledge. Our message is, with practice comes mastery, with mastery comes knowledge, and with knowledge comes the power. And Maluminati holds the power. Thank you.
Okay, last but not the least, we have Team PB and J. You may begin.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. So, just like some things are better in a pair, we couldn't think of any other combo that goes as well together as peanut butter and jelly, which is the full form of PB and J. It is a perfect mix of protein, fiber, and is high on taste. It is versatile yet so humble, and you will always find yourself wanting for more.
Thank you, teams, for this introduction. I would just request all the team members to please turn on your cameras. Okay, it was a great introduction by everyone. And I would also like to inform the batch and as well as the participants that the debates will be live streamed on our YouTube channel. We'll be sharing the link in the Zoom chat box. And the event is already charged with energy. And you can all post your reactions and whatever you feel about the debate in the YouTube comment sections. And we'll be looking forward to hearing your debates. I'd like to hand it over to Omkar for further process. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ria. Thank you, teams. It was a really fun activity, but here's the first catch for the day. You'll have to vote for the best pitch, and you will be circulating a Google form on WhatsApp. You have to select your team first and then vote for a team whose pitch was the best. Make sure you don't vote for yourself, it will result in disqualification. End of this activity will have a winner, and yes, there will be a slight advantage to the winning team. So now I'll be circulating the Google form on the main group. The form has been circulated. You may start voting. You have like
Hi,
1 minute.
Omkar.
Yes, Mire.
Could you please repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I've understood it correctly.
Okay, so there's a catch for the day. You will have to vote for the best pitch, and we'll be circulating a Google form. It has already been sent to the on the WhatsApp group. You'll have to select your team name first, and then vote for a team whose pitch was the best. At the end of the day, a winner will get a slight advantage throughout the competition.
So each member has to vote or like one team, one vote.
No, one vote as a team.
Yeah, okay.
Team, just a correction. Each member has to vote separately to whoever they think is the best team. And you cannot vote for yourself or else you'll be disqualified.
One question. As a team, we can vote for different people, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Teams, we have 8 responses, still 4 responses are remaining. Okay, team, we have the results, and everyone has voted. So thank you. I'll be sharing my screen to show you the results. I hope my screen is visible. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a winner, and the winning team is PB and J with 41.7% vote. Okay, so the winning team will get a slight advantage. Congratulations on winning, and you will be informed about the same later. Thank you again for being such a sport. I further hand it over to Dharmik, who will give you detailed instructions about the overall event. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Omkar. Very good morning to one and all present here. Um, I didn't know we've got birds, we've got conspired organizations, we've got poets also in the house. Okay, having said which, very good morning. To begin with, I'll only mention one thing. Please raise your words, not your voice, because it is the water that grows the flowers, not the thunder. I'll just go forward with understanding what the rules of procedure for today's debate stand at. Um, Here are the rules of procedure, and I want you all to. I'm going to be throwing the floor open to questions right after mentioning the rules of procedure. If there is any questions or if there's anything that y'all would like me to clear, please let me know upfront. What we are going to be following today out of the 14 different forms of debate is going to be a moderated panel debate. So there are three kinds of panels. One is a moderated, one is a town hall, and the third is a Lincoln Douglas. We're going to be following a moderated panel debate today through the entire day. All right. Following are the rules of procedure, and mind you, if you want to make a note of it, please make note of it because they will not be repeated up until the finale when they'll be repeated once again. No kind of slander shall be permitted on the floor. Rhetorics and innuendos are welcome as long as they don't breach the sanctity and the overall grades of the thresholds of Siddham. It'll be a 2 minute of prep time after the agenda is declared, 1 minute of opening speech by proposition first, followed by the opposition. We are going to call them as AF and neg. Proposition stands for AF, opposition stands for neg. 2 minutes of prep time, 1 minute of opening remarks by both AF and neg. We're going to have a 13-minute rebuttal, followed by a 1.5-minute closing remark. Okay, I'll repeat that once again. 2 minutes of prep time, followed by 1 minute of opening remarks, followed by 13 minutes of rebuttal, followed by 1.5 minutes each, which starts with the opposition first. So it is going to be proposition, opposition, rebuttal, opposition, proposition. Af, neg, rebuttal, neg, af. Clear? Okay. Moving on, we are going to be having one clear instruction, which is that if at any point in time we realize that there is going to be a little breach of overall disruption grades, there'll be a warning sent out in the form of either a text or in the form of an unmuting and declaring. If this also gets breached, we might have to mute you. All right. So we don't breach a particular grade of disruption on the floor. Clear? Okay. We are going to be okay. Another point which I've gotten missed out, apologies on that, is going to be that we will not be having any new points during the closing remarks of any of the debates. Okay. Closing remarks of any of the debates are going to be only a reiteration of all that has already transpired through the course of these debates. Is this crystal clear to one and all? If there is any questions, I'd want you all to clear them out right now before we move ahead. Yes, I can see a few questions. Raise your hands only. Okay. Ria, are they supposed to be raising their hands throughout this session, or is it only or can they lower their hands now?
They can lower their hands now.
Okay, great. That sounds good. Only when you have questions, you raise your hands. If not, we'll move on. Okay, I think I can see a couple of questions. I don't see any questions. Well, is it so clear? Okay, strange. Fair enough. Then I think we can move on to our first debate. Okay, there is one quick catch here before we move on to our first debate, and that's going to be the usage of cards. Okay, Ria, have the participants been introduced to the cards already? Have they been introduced to all the cards and how they're going to be using the cards on the floor as a USP?
No.
All right. Okay, Omkar, I want you to do one thing. I want you to let me know the names of the card one after another, and I'm going to explain to the folks how the card usage is going to be done through the day and what is the advantages of using the card. Then I'll come to the final advantage of the winning team, PB and J, for the first elevator pitch as to how they can use that advantage of winning the first round. Omkar, you can progress with the first card, and I'm going to explain how that kind of works out.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Dhamik. The first card is silencer.
Okay. Team, all the teams, please pay attention to how these cards are going to be used. In every round, one team can use only one card and not more than one. If the card has been used once, there is not going to be a reusage again of that same card through the course of the day. All right. So if you use, for example, the silencer card to begin with, you cannot use that silencer card for the rest of the morning, right? Up until we end this, you cannot use that card again. Silencer card basically entails that the team that is using the silencer card can only use this through the course of the rebuttal. through the course of the rebuttal, when you use the silencer card through the show of, okay, Omkar, I'm going to have to unmute you to mention how we are going to be how we're going to be flashing these cards.
Okay, so the teams can use the raise hand feature and then just flash it. Like we'll be sending a PDF on the main group in a while. So you can use the raise hand feature and then flash your phones on the screen so that we know that you are going to use the cards.
All right. Thank you, Omkar. Thank you. So here's how you're going to be using the first card, the silencer card. The silencer card basically entails that you can silence the other team member, only one of the other team members, the opposing team members or the opponent team members for 1 minute, which means that so for example, if I am facing the Boomers and I think that I want to silence Paras for the next 1 minute, I can use my silencer card through the rebuttal and make sure that Paras does not speak for the next 1 minute. Is this clear? Is this card clear? I can silence somebody, but this card can only be used through the course of the rebuttal and not during speeches. Is this clear? Nobody intervenes a speech. It's only through the course of a rebuttal. That's the first card. Any questions on the first card, or should we move to the next card? Okay, I can see a thumbs up from Renee. Everybody else clear on how we're going to be using the first card? That is a silencer card. Okay, you can only and only silence one opponent team member. You cannot silence both of them. Is this crystal fair? Omkar, what is the next card?
The next card is point elimination. Also, the PDF has been shared with the teams, so they have it with them now.
Okay, sure. So I think you can piggyback on the literature that has been used as a supporting literature by the team for making use of the card. The second card is the point elimination. Once you eliminate a point on the floor, that point cannot be brought up again through the course of the rebuttal or the closing speech. Okay. So for example, if Flying Eagles comes up with a point which the opponent team feels is not relevant or is not very productive on the floor, you can use the point elimination card and make sure that Flying Eagles does not use that point or anything even remotely hovering around that point through the course of the debate. Is this crystal? You cannot use that point even during the closing speech, and this card can be used only once. Another point to be made very clear: if one team uses point elimination, the other team cannot. It's going to be first come, first serve basis. If one team uses the point elimination card, the other team cannot in that round. Of course, the other team can do so in the rounds that are going to be progressed later on. But in that particular round, that card is not going to be used by the opponent team. Is this clear? Second card clear? Point elimination. Can I get a thumbs up? I think I'd like a little acknowledgement before we move on. Okay, fair. Okay. Omkar, can we move on to the third card?
Yeah. So the next card is time trim.
The next card is time trim. Now, what I mean by time trim is time trim can only be used for the speeches, okay, not through the course of the rebuttal. If I say time trim, it means that I have the authority to make sure that my opponents get to speak for 30 seconds lesser. So, for example, if your opening remark is, say, 1 minute, in the opening remarks, you cannot use a time trim. Through the rebuttal and the closing speech, post the opening remarks are through, you can use the time trim for the closing speeches only, not in the rebuttal. You can only use it once the rebuttal begins. You can use the card so that in the closing speech, or probably towards the end of the rebuttal, so in the closing speech, the opponents are going to speak for 30 seconds lesser. You're trimming the time of your opponents. Is this clear? This is called the time trim card. Use it very wisely. This card will make sure that if you think that your opponents have more than enough content to survive the closing remarks, I'm going to be using the time trim so that I can lower the opponent's time. Clear? Okay, any questions on this before we move ahead? Any questions on this? Can I get a thumbs up? Okay, good. Moving on, Omkar, what is the final card for the evening?
Yeah, the final. So the final card for the evening is black and white.
Okay. Black and white is a very interesting card. Black and white card is a card that you can use, which will entail that going forward for the next 30 seconds, you get to ask 3 questions. The opponent team has to answer those questions only in yes or no. So this card could be effectively used to drive home a particular point which you are unable to through the course of the debate that has already transpired. Is this clear? So you're going to be using this black and white card to make sure that your points are driven home because the opponent can only answer these 3 questions in a yes or a no. There is no middle ground. There is no gray. It's black or white, right? A yes or a no. So your questions also have to be such that the answer to which stands and pretty much sits around yes or a no. You can't have details asked from your opponents because they cannot answer. Any questions around black and white card? Use this card very effectively. You can use all cards only once through the course of this morning. You cannot use a card more than once. If you've used it in the first round, if you qualify for the second, you cannot use it again. Okay, any questions around any of those 4 cards before we move ahead? Yes, I've got a question from Conquistadors. Yes.
Amit, my question would be, are these cards available for the team specifically or for the members specifically? So if conquistadors want to use black and white, will both the members be able to use it, or only the team as once will be able to use it?
The team, so for example, if we talk about the black and white card, the team can use it collectively only once. So you all both got to be on the same page before you use the black and white card, because what is going to progress right after the black and white card is going to be a set of 3 questions right on the spot, right? So you get that advantage of disrupting that rebuttal then and asking 3 questions right on the spot. But it's got to be you and your partner on the same page.
And this applies for all the cards, correct?
Applies for all the cards, absolutely. It is not an individual card, it's a team card. Yes, I've got a question from Viral. Yes, Viral, can you mention what your question is?
Okay, so I'd like to just clear the doubt. The participants can raise their hands and just show it on the screen. You can flash it and show that I need to use a silencer card or maybe the point elimination card. So this is how you'll be able to flash and use your cards.
Right, thank you, Viral. Thank you for that quick one. Teams, any questions? Otherwise, we could progress. Okay, I think, okay, Omkar, is there anything pending before we progress with the, of course, the advantage? Yes, I'm coming to the advantage. Is there anything else pending other than the advantage? PB and J, I know you're eagerly waiting for what your advantage is. Yes.
I have a question that the time trimmer, so that can be used only at the end of the speech.
The time trim card can be used wherever through the rebuttal, but it will only impact and it will only trim or curtail the time during a closing speech. It will not curtail the opponent's time during the rebuttal. You can use it wherever, but it means that you want your opponent to speak lesser during the closing remarks. Clear?
Closing remarks as in the conclusion, right?
The conclusion, that's right. Right. But you cannot trim somebody's time during rebuttal. You can only deviate and digress that discussion by using the black and white card. You cannot cut somebody's time during a rebuttal. Fair enough? Yes. I've got a question from Sugandha. Sugandha, is it possible for you to unmute your video because I'll be able to see you?
So one question for the black and white card. I just want to know, this can be used anytime throughout the debate or for rebuttal or during the supposition time or the closing time?
Thank you for your question, Sugandha. Yes, good question. This can only be used during the rebuttal. It cannot be used during the speeches. You cannot interrupt somebody's speeches. Clear? You can only intervene and take a much rather evolved approach in terms of using the black and white card through the course of the rebuttal. You cannot do that through the speeches. Does that answer your question, Sugandha?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good, Sugandha. Any other questions before we move on?
Also, while using the point elimination card, do
Sorry,
we
who's speaking? Apologies. Can you raise your... Okay, I can see Flying Eagles. Yes.
Yeah. While using the point elimination card, do we specify which point are we referring to?
Hands down, yes, you've got to do that, because otherwise, in the benefit of the content understanding of the group and the audience at large, we will not understand what you want to eliminate. So if you use the point elimination card, please make it absolutely crystal explicitly saying that, hey team, this is the point that I'd like to eliminate going forward in the rest of this debate. You can only do that for the round. That same point can be brought up in the second round. That's fine. In this round, you cannot use that point once again. Anything even remotely close to that. If you think that there has been a confluence of sorts of that one point, even after you raise the point elimination, we will have a section or a small session of 2 minutes right post your conclusion where you've got to point that out to us, saying that, hey, please mark the other team down because despite mentioning that this point was eliminated, it was still used. We'll acknowledge that. Don't worry. But teams, make sure that you abide by these rules, because if you don't, we might have to mark you down. I've got a question from PB and J again. Yes, PB and J.
So how many rounds do we have? Like, so there are 4 rounds since there are 4 cards. Is the way?
So we are going to be having a total of 3 rounds. We are going to be having the first round, which is going to comprise of 3 debates. Then we are going to be having the semis and then the finale.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Parameters to be discussed for judging. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Jogan, for bringing that up. We're going to be having Madam for just shedding some light on what are the parameters that we're going to be using for judgment. Vinati, madam, if you could just unmute your video and mention to the teams in the interest of their time, if
Sure. Am I audible? Yeah. So the parameters on which I will be judging is there are 4 parameters and each parameter will carry 25 marks. So the first parameter will be a content where I will look at the quality of research that has gone into your argument and the basic quality of the points that you put across. The second is the presentation. How are you presenting your argument in terms of logicality of structure and flow of your argument? The third is refutation, which is going to carry 25 marks. And the fourth will be diction, body language, whatever is visible through the medium and through your tonal variations, and definitely team dynamics. So these are 4 parameters, each carry 25 marks and the total will be 100.
thank you, madam, for that contentful quick one. Okay, PB and J, coming straight back to you for winning that first round. Here's your advantage, and this advantage is to be used only once in round 1 or round 2. It cannot be used in the finale. And here's your advantage: we are going to be having a coin toss before the start of Viral. Do we have the coin ready? Can we show to the team how the coin toss is going to happen?
Sure, just give me a moment.
So there's going to be a coin toss before the start of every debate to understand which team gets to pick the side. All right. Okay, here is a depiction. I don't know if it's clear to everybody. Teams, can you see this? This is a clear depiction of how the coin toss is going to be happening. Right. I will mention which team gets to take a call out of the 2, and they are going to be making the call. Okay, I've got a question from Sugandha. Yes.
So yeah, I just wanted to ask, the thing is like it's 2 minutes for preparation and 1 minute for opening remarks, then proposition, opposition, rebuttal, opposition, and then proposition. Is the order? Am I not wrong?
Sugandha, could you be a little louder, please? Your voice wasn't very clear.
Yeah, actually the net is really bad here, which is why. So it's 2 minutes of preparation time, 1 minute opening remarks, opposition, rebuttal, opposition, and then proposition. Is this the right order?
Absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head. It is the correct order. It's going to be 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 13 plus 1.5 plus 1.5.
Could you just mention this in the chat box? I think that would be beneficial
Jugal,
for the other things as well.
we will do that. Jugal, could we have that mentioned in the chat box?
Yes, I'll do it.
Sure. Thank you, Jugal. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. PB and J, please make sure that your advantage is utilized in a way that it's only in the round 1 and round 2. Here's your advantage. You can evade a coin toss in one of round 1 or round 2. So, for example, if you think that you've not gotten the stance that you would ideally desire for, you can evade this coin toss and tell the other team that, hey, listen, we want so and so stance. Is this clear, Sugandha and Renee? The advantage of winning the first round is that you can evade a coin toss, but you can do that only once through the course of this morning. Either in round 1 or round 2, you cannot do that. Do this in the finale. Clear?
Got it. Thanks.
Any question? Okay, good. PB and J seem very happy. Okay. Okay. All right. Having said which, I'll start off. Okay. Anything else pending, Team Joneses, or can we embark on our first debate for the morning?
I think we can go ahead now.
All right. Thank you, Jugal. Okay. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. On this thought, we'd like to present to you the first 2 debating teams. Omkar, could you please introduce the first 2 debating teams to the audience, please?
Yes, Dharmik, give me a minute. Okay, so the first two teams which will be debating, Team Boomers, and they'll be going against Team Flying Eagles.
Right. Thank you, Omkar. Can we have Team Boomers versus Team Flying Eagles? Who could be spotlighted? Jugal, could we spotlight the two teams if that's possible? All right. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much for being here, Team Boomers and Team Flying Eagles. Team Boomers and Flying Eagles, if there's anything to be cleared on the rules of procedure before we begin, is there anything that you would like of us to clear? Nothing? Okay. Just one point that got missed out is here's how the rules of procedure in terms of your fact check is going to work. The burden of proof lay on the not on the accused but on the person who's going to be accusing. So for example, if Team Flying Eagles comes up with a fact and Team Boomers believes that that fact is absolutely flawed in itself, you want to raise a point of order. You're going to raise that point of order mentioning that, hey, the burden of proof lay on me to prove that you're wrong. So Flying Eagles is not going to prove that they're wrong. You are going to make sure that you prove them wrong. Is that clear? This is how the fact check wobble is going to work. Okay. We can begin. Here is Isha, are we ready with the timer?
Yes,
I could mention the agenda, and once I mention the agenda, we're going to be starting off with the 2-minute timer, which is going to be a time for preparation. The first agenda, and here is what it goes like. Sydenham House believes that rise of gaming in India is a passing fad and not a lasting phenomenon. Sydenham House believes that rise of gaming in India is a passing fad and not a lasting phenomenon. Viral, can we have the coin toss, please?
Yes, sure.
Team Flying Eagles, you're going to be taking a call on this one. Team Flying Eagles, what's your call before we start? Team Flying Eagles, what's your call?
We'll go with heads.
All right, heads it is. Flying Eagles, what would you like to pick? Are you going A for neg? Okay, teams, we expect you all to constantly be there on WhatsApp to discuss this because the timer begins once you start off on mentioning to us what your stance is going to look like, right?
So we will be going opposite the motion, that is neg.
All right, so you're going to be negs. Team Boomers, you're going to be going for the motion, which reads, Sydenham House believes that the rise of gaming in India is a passing fad and not a lasting phenomenon. You're going for the motion. Team Flying Eagles, you're going against the motion. Isha, can we start the timer for 2 minutes, please?
Yes. Thanks.
Isha, could you post the remnant time on the chat, please?
Time's up.
All right, team proposition, you all are going to go first with 1 minute of opening remarks. Would you want a warning text at a particular time, or would you want the end alarm, meaning that you've got to stop now? Do you want a warning assist at probably 45 seconds or 50 seconds? Team proposition. Team proposition, team boomers. Do you want a warning assist at 35 or 40 seconds, or is the end alarm going to be enough?
We would like warning assist.
Okay, warning assist at what? How many seconds?
45.
45. Isha, can we please note that you're going to be sending across a text to the team on the chat when it's 45 seconds, and then you will unmute and mention to the team that they've got to wrap up after 1 minute.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Isha. Team proposition, you have the floor for the next 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So now we are discussing that the notion that the Sidnam has is rise of gaming in India is a passing fad and not a lasting phenomenon. We think that the assumption that here is made is has some roots to it, because clearly Indians, because of the rise of the internet, 4G after the launch by Geo in 2016 has caught up, and everyone across the nation is because it is the internet is clearly easily accessible. Plus, on top of it, because of the cheap rates, the gaming has caught up. But because of it, something that rises out of nowhere can be considered as a fact, can be considered as a fad. Before that, there was not much awareness about the gaming, and there was not much platform for the new. There was not much platform for the.
All right. Thank you, team boomers. We will notify you twice when the time is up. You could wrap up your statement, but that's all you can do after the time is up. You cannot introduce any new statements or sentences after your time is up. All right. Okay. Team Flying Eagles, you got 1 minute for your opening remarks. Do you want a warning assist at a particular time?
At would be perfect.
I'm sorry, I couldn't collect that.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are now.
Just a second. Give me a minute. Yeah, how's the sound like now?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, yeah. You can give me a warning at 50 seconds.
50. Isha, please note you're going to be giving a warning assist over text at 50 seconds. 50.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Isha. Team opposition, team neg, you have the floor for the next 1 minute.
Yeah. As our worthy opponents rightly pointed out, that India's soaring gaming industry is valued at a whopping $1,000 million and is the #1 in the world. Well, India has over 600 million internet users, and it makes the second largest internet consumer in across the world. And as we know, internet is the backbone for the gaming industry. Now, this is also reflected by the strength that is shown by investors in this space. For example, recently we had the Nazara IPO, as well as the coming up of games such as PUBG and the rise of the Clash of Clans after the demise of PUBG, which was being dominated by investors from China. So thus we see, as our worthy opponents mentioned, that something that rises from out of nowhere is not a fact. Well, something that rises from nowhere is a fact. Something that rises from nowhere has the
Time's up.
to capture emotions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, team opposition. We are going to be moving now into rebuttal. between Team Boomers and between Team Flying Eagles. We are going to start off with the first question. Here's how the rebuttal is going to progress. The first question will be raised by Team Opposition, which is Team Neg, followed by which there shall be no interruption. It will be a question answer session in the form of a normal debate. Make sure that you are giving the others a chance to speak too. All right, Team Opposition, we'll start off with the first question and then we go mute to leave it to the rest four of you all for the next 13 minutes. Isha, are we ready with the timer?
Yes, Bhargav.
All right, thank you, Isha. Okay, Team Opposition, we will begin with your first question.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So as your team, as your team pointed out, your team flashed out a very important assumption that, and your entire premise and entire argument rests on this one key assumption that something that rises from nowhere is a fad. On what basis do you justify this, and what are the instances that you would put forward to substantiate this key assumption around which your entire all the arguments seem to rotate and revolve?
Okay, I'm glad you asked that question. Actually, there are many instances which we can point out going back in the history where mostly there are fads related to fashion that in the 80s in the Bollywood era there was bell bottoms, pants that were in fashion. On top of that, then there was another thing called as the virtual online platform where everyone would just go on and do the virtual gaming. So that caught up for a bit, and then when the with the advent of the modern hardware, everyone would just go on stream and game with their peers in person. So there are many such instances where something comes into fashion and then just goes away for a while. Similarly, I believe that because of the cheaper internet rates, people are currently enjoying, and on top of it, this because of the lockdown, the gaming industry has boomed because people have certainly a lot of time on their hands, and that is why they are engaging in such activities. But I do believe that once our employment issue currently in India, which is quite the Indian employment scenario is in quite distress. The unemployment rate is rising. It is currently at about 8 to 10% level per year, and uh, we do believe that once the situation normalizes, people will get back to their work, get back on their schedule, and all this time, the free time they are having in their hands. That once that is not the case, the people will move away from this gaming, and we'll see how this all turns out. We cannot just rely on the current status.
I understand. I understand. Well, a few key pointers that I could collect from your speech is the fact that you mentioned virtual online platforms which have, which are digressing to the background, as well as fads related to fashion. First of all, do you have any data to substantiate your facts? Because these are all words out of thin air. Also, secondly, you mentioned about employment. Kindly remember that the Indian gaming industry, as projected by the World Economic Forum, is slated to hit $3.8 billion by 2024. And you spoke about employment. Why do you forget that this entire gaming industry has the propensity to provide employment to millions of young IT people who are not being able to find their jobs? There'll be huge need for web designers, for huge need for HTML, CSS, and IT people. Well, they are left being they have been hard hit due to the pandemic, where companies such as Wipro, Infosys, and all the major IT giants laying them off in huge numbers, and the numbers I hope are aware to you as well. So why are you averse to the fact that this gaming industry can provide employment to the huge number of folks? Why do you only consider one part of the story where you're saying that people who are associated with gaming will be losing out on their employment. Well, gaming is not stealing employment. Gaming is providing an enrichment. Remember that. Yeah. So if you have
Sorry to
anything
interrupt,
to
but I do feel that you are diverting away here from the topic. What we are discussing here is whether the gaming will, the gaming creators.
I was just rebutting your point, because you brought out the point of employment. I just showed
We are
you
not, but
another
we are not
perspective.
discussing about
And
employment related to the gaming industry. Here we are
why not?
discussing
Why not?
whether or not the gaming
Well,
part
my
will
dear
remain.
friend, you said that people would be losing employment due to the gaming industry. I am
I'm
saying that this industry has the propensity to employ millions of people who are currently unemployed in India. How do you justify that?
I would like to
never said
put forth
that the
a point here.
industry is causing the
First of all, I
unemployment.
think the gaming industry,
Just a
the
minute. I would like to put forward a
the
point
gaming
here.
industry
As
will,
we're running
the
boldly
people
up, just
prefer
a
games
minute.
in their free time, basically. So I don't think there will be a problem. Like when the people get jobs, and I think their free time will decrease. So the gaming intensity and the people who play games, I think, will decrease. So this will basically reduce the amount of time playing games and all these things.
Yeah. So I would like
Well,
to put forward a point here that when you said that it is a passing fad, so I would like to have you ask a question. There was a trend of Dalgona coffee that came up in 2020, and that, my friend, that I would like to call as a fad because it passes by fast. It happened. It got on for 1-2 months and it is gone. No one is making Dalgona coffees now. No one is taking challenge accepted. Those are the passing fads we are talking about. But when talking about gaming industry, this is an industry that is giving profession to people. People are professional gamers. So when you say that it is a passing fad, you are building it on the premise that gamers is not a profession, and people who are gamers do not earn money. And is that is the point that you would like to put forward for the entire industry that is bringing in millions of rupees in India? And to put forward the point, I would like to add that the battle royale title PUBG Mobile, it has seen the global revenue of $1.3 billion, and for which the contribution was of 175 million installs that was from India. And this is not just that. I would like to put forward a psychological point that people are using this for getting de-stressed. Okay, so these are the games that people use to de-stress. So when we say these are passing fads, they won't see billions of downloads on a regular basis. Even after PUBG has been banned, still Clash of Clans and all of these games are on.
All right, Isha, can we please shut the timer for a second? Yes, Team Boomers wants to use the silencer card. Team Boomers, can you mention who do you want to silence for the next 1 minute?
Rajvi Agarwal.
Okay, sure. Rajvi, you cannot speak for the next 1 minute. Isha, please make a note of it and we can resume the timer once again.
Yes,
I think the gaming industry has to compete with the other platforms.
You have actually pointed out Dalgona coffee. I really appreciate that, because I would like to build on that point. Obviously, it was some social influencer who must have started that Dalgona coffee fad. But I'm not here in the position to say that the profession, or earning money through being an influencer is altogether not acceptable in our country. Similarly, the gamers who are actually coming up with the new live streams ideas, and they are making money out of it. I'm not questioning their profession, neither I'm against them earning money through earning livelihood through that. I'm just all I'm for saying is because of the cheap internet rates, because of a lot of free times the people are having in their hands, and also because of the mental health that is taking toll because of the lockdown, the gamers number of gamers that have been gaming have increased. Also, the gaming industry that is up and coming will definitely provide employments, but I'm not here saying that the unemployment will be caused because of it. I was wrongly quoted by my competitor Yash Agarwal. I've never mentioned for a minute that the gaming industry is responsible for the unemployment, and we as a nation should all be exploring the areas where the future employment will be generated. And this once the rates of the internet are normalized, as they are in the European nations or the American countries, I do believe that the people will people will gradually move away from this gaming fad.
So I would like to put now a point that India won a bronze medal in Asian Games 2018, where the sport was a demonstration sport. Tirth Mehra from Bhuj, Gujarat, became the India first e-sport athlete to win a medal for the country. So now, when you say that it is a passing fad, now this is something that is being continued on a global platform or such as Asian sports, right? So passing fad would not have such an impact that it would be taken ahead to a larger scale or a global scale. What is your
Absolutely,
take on
yeah,
this?
absolutely. And also speaking about the global scale, well, as you may understand that the CEOs of all the technology companies, well, they are tycoons and having immense industry knowledge throughout. So why did Nazara Technologies just recently launched their 582 million rupees, 582 crore rupees IPO recently, and why was it oversubscribed by a factor of 5.5 if I'm not wrong? Why are these business CEOs sensing the advantage and the primacy that this area has to offer? Also, as you mentioned that you never pointed out that the this industry is moving to that this industry is stealing unemployment. Well, to point out the fact that you mentioned that if people spend their time in gaming, they would be remaining unemployed. You mentioned this fact, so we did not misquote you, just to get you right on that.
Okay, but here's the thing. What do you call something as a set precedent or a fact? Because we have been seeing the rise of gaming in India since the advent of 4G internet at cheaper rates. Something that has been going on for like last 3 or 4 years, which has been slowly catching on, and only been the growth of it only being accelerated because of the lockdown and because of the unemployment scenario in general in India. It will be really
Paras, just a second.
tough
Give
to
me a
say
just give me a
because
minute. Yeah.
not many
So
Indian gamers
there's
is
there's a causality. There's a
number of
causality that
gamers
you're
who are
trying to
actually
draw. There's
buying.
a causality that you're trying to draw in the rise of gaming industry with the unemployment that was caused due to the coronavirus pandemic. Well,
Could
that's
you
an
please quote the
absolutely
stats?
absurd
Could you
No, I
please
think
quote the
this is a
that's an
statistics?
future. I think in the
absolutely
present this
absurd
is going on, but
causality
in
that
the
you are
future we
drawing,
cannot
my
say
dear.
anything about that.
Well, Paras just now mentioned that the this has only been seen a
Okay,
rise
so the
because of the
stock market
unemployment that was
scenario
there.
that you mentioned, the
No,
stock market runs
it
on
was a
sentiment
recent
of the
spike.
people and not
It
the
was a
actual
recent
scenario
spike
we
due to
are
the
seeing.
unemployment. I think the
Well,
unemployment rate is also growing, so this will also
Well,
grow in the
what is the relation with unemployment? I'm not being able to understand this. Why don't you understand the fact that by 2025, a lot of our people will be working from their homes, and they would have ample time to put themselves
Could you
and to
please
To
quote
enhance
the
put
their
forward
reason
a
skills
statistics
in
is that
point,
gaming.
people
to
prefer
put
gaming. People
Also,
gaming in the
I
free time.
to mention the
because
psychological,
I do
also
believe
to
that the
mention the
young generation
psychological
and those
aspects
who
of
are
the
unemployed,
psychological.
they are the ones who are gaming the most. Also,
to
I do
add
believe
to
that
a
the
point,
percentage of
Sarth, to add to a
industry,
point, Paras, I would like to
but it
put
does not
forward a
necessarily
point
mean
that
that
by
it is
2022, the Indian
not
gaming
a fad in its
industry is
future.
going to touch a $2.2 billion. If it were a passing fad, this amount of revenue would never have been generated from an industry that is just going to pass by from.
Also this gaming is not only beneficial for us physically but also mentally, because research has shown us that our hippocampus, that's a structure in the brain that determines our spatial identity, that gets enhanced as we
Again,
put
feel that you're
ourselves to
diverting
gaming.
from the point. We are not discussing the advantages or disadvantages of the games. Please,
So first of
you
all, the revenue generated in
points as
2022
well.
of the Rajvi has said generated, it does not indicate the future trends. It indicates the present trends which will generate. And also, I think the
To get
gaming
it
industry will have
straight,
to
that
compete.
the
Well,
industry
Will have
has
to
been
compete
these
with
are
the
all
growing by
OTT platforms.
60% for the
And
last 4 years. This is not just current year that I'm talking about. It is for the last 4 years that it is growing at a CAGR of about 25% every year. What is your take on this if it were a passing fad?
Thanks for rebuttal is over.
That should be it. We've come to the end of the rebuttal. We are going to be moving to team opposition for their closing remarks, which is going to be 1.5 minutes. Post which we'll be going to team proposition for their closing remarks for 1.5 minutes. Team opposition, you have the floor for 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. So just a few key pointers that emerged from our discussion, both from our side as well as from a worthy opposition. Their assumptions in their premises hinges on not only one assumption, but two assumptions that the gaming industry has seen a rise due to unemployment caused by COVID pandemic, because people seem to have suddenly gotten newfound time on their hands. And also this has seen a rise because of the cheap internet that has been seen in India. So these are two assumptions which our worthy opponent failed to substantiate with any sort of a data, with any sort of a factual backing. Whereas if we have substantiated our facts with proper data by the World Economic Forum, and those are forecasts and not current estimates, as Saurabh pointed out from the team from the opposition team. So these are all forecasts, and the CEOs and the business tycoons are sensing this opportunity to grab on this and to just build this industry and provide employment and also enjoyment to the masses at large. Because as we know, game entices us and engages our collective senses, keeping us and bringing us in a state of giving us dopamine shots and providing us with inherent joy that we gladly need during times of our pandemic. So
Time's up.
You could wind up that statement, Yash.
yeah, I'm done from my side.
All right. Thank you, Team Neg. Team F, you have the floor for 1.5 minutes. We'll give you apologies on interrupting. We will give you a warning at 1:20 is when you will see Isha unmute her video. That's when you know that 10 to 15 seconds are remaining, right? And you've got to wrap up.
Okay, so I do believe that the discussion was fruitful. My opponent provided a lot of statistics regarding the gaming industry and how and its future projections. However, we are discussing about the current scenario, and we put out the points that based on our assumption that something that catches up really quickly and out of nowhere is most likely to be a fad. We never claim that it is going to be a fad. But here in the context of this topic, we do believe that we cannot just rely on the data which is which is being captured from the last 3 or 4 years. So there's still a room. There's still a room for the fostering the doubt that it could end up being a fad. Also, we have been seeing a lot of IPOs up and coming, and they are being getting oversubscribed many of the times. Because and it does not need to have any relation with the future of the company. Investors are more likely to subscribe to the IPO because they are most likely to be running out of the investment options that they can choose from the home. So even though I do appreciate my opponent pointing that out, I cannot say for sure that the future of the gaming can be judged by can be judged by enthusiasm of the people, that the enthusiasm of the people that is being placed in a company. Also, there were a lot of points about.
All right. Do you want to wrap that up? Was your statement incomplete? You could wrap it up.
Okay, so also also questioning anyone's profession because something has something has caught up really quickly is something that we do not believe in, and yeah, that's about it.
All right, thank you. Teams, before we close and you all shake hands on this, can we understand if there were any new points raised during the concluding remarks? We want you to point that out to the judge. Madam, if you're taking note of the fact that we cannot introduce new points during your concluding and closing remarks, teams, do you have any points that the opponents have raised as new points?
I have one.
All right, Team Flying Eagles, what was the point that was new? Madam, if you could note down.
Yeah, so the team boomers rebutted our point on IPO by bringing in a new point pertaining to that. So there was a case of rebuttal in this instance.
All right. Team boomers, there is no plea to follow up. You cannot justify that. Okay, we've noted that down. If we think that was an absolutely fresh point that was introduced, we'll take note of that. Team boomers, was there any new points raised by Team Flying Eagles during the closing remarks?
No.
All right. Thank you, Team Boomer, and thank you, Team Flying Eagles. Thank you for being with us. Anything pending, Team Joneses, or can we move on to our next debate? All right, seeing none, I think we can move on. You all could be off the spotlight. Jugal, could you ensure that they turn off the spotlight so we could spotlight the next 4 members?
Yes, yes.
Not to forget, Team Boomers, you have exhausted your silencer card. You cannot use this card if you qualify for the second round. Team Flying Eagles, you've got all your cards intact for round 2 and the finale. Okay. Omkar, could you please introduce to them the next 2 teams, and I will announce the agenda.
Yes, Dhamik. The next 2 teams are Team Conquistadors and Team Vociferous.
Thank you, Omkar. Team Conquistadors and Team Vociferous. Can we have you all please up on stage? Okay, good. Okay. We could be going into the coin toss. Viral, could we have the coin toss before we introduce to you the agenda? We're introducing the agenda, of course. The agenda is as follows. Sydenham House believes that human gene editing and tweaking is a hazardous move. And I repeat, Sydenham House believes that human gene editing and tweaking is a hazardous move. I'm going to have Team Vociferous make the call here on the coin toss. Team Vociferous, what's your call on the coin toss?
Tails.
Tails. Viral, can we have the coin toss, please? Tails it is. Team Vociferous, what would you like to side with?
I would like to side with the affirmative for the topic.
Okay, so you're going after the topic that it is a hazardous move. Team Conquistadors, you are against this motion, meaning you are the negs of this motion. Team Vociferous is the AFs. Isha, could we have the timer start for 2 minutes, please?
Yes, Hannah.
Teams, you all are not allowed to unmute your videos at any point in time through this debate. Apologies, mute your videos. Team, please note wherever Isha unmutes, there's only 10 to 15 seconds pending. So keep a note on your videos.
Time's up.
All right, team proposition, team AF. We're going to be starting with your opening remarks, which is going to give you 1 minute. You all got all cards still very much in the game. All cards are active. Team proposition, when would you like to have your warning assist? Apologies, I couldn't collect that.
The last 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Isha, please make note that you will unmute your video in 10 seconds, when there's 10 seconds pending. Team Vociferous, your team proposition, you have the floor open for 1 minute.
question of whether human generating and our opinion on this topic
Apologies, Isha, could you please stop the timer? Apologies, team vociferous.
Yes.
Yaru, your audio is not very clear. We are having a lot of intermittent noises.
Just a moment, I'll remove my ear.
Yadavash, you are still not audible. Can you try muting and muting them?
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yes, this is much better, Yadavash. Yes. Isha, can we restart the timer for 1 minute, please?
Yes. Done.
Yes. So, as for the question put to us, human gene editing, is it a serious intuition? Is it a hazardous move? Yes or no? Our opinion was yes, it is a very hazardous move for the sole purpose that gene editing is basically the art of creating artificial or designer babies, something which is very much dangerous to the current society as well as the future generations to come. For the sole purpose that they could be disadvantageous in multiple aspects. One thing which is seen very much is unexpected genomic mutations due to the CRISPR distortment of the DNAs, something which we believe could bring us better results, but in the end could also bring out better destruction, which we might not be aware of. At the same time, the disadvantages include they might. It seems like they might be, completely immune to diseases, but at the same time they could be a threat to the other people. Also, we see that this gene editing is something which for the privileged people in society, and which could be harmful to the ones who cannot afford it. So I believe that it should be banned, and this move should not be moved ahead. So, sure.
All right. Thank you, Yadovansh. Yadovansh, I would request you to please check your audio once. There is still a lot of intermittent noises that we can hear because of your earphones. Maybe because the your earphones are moving too much in that port. It's because of that we're hearing a lot of disturbances. If you could just recheck that once before we move on to team opposition. Can you please recheck once and speak once so that we don't have this during rebuttal?
Now is it clear?
No, your voice is clear, but maybe you're moving your earphones too much while speaking. That's one of the reasons why we can hear those disturbances. Could you
Now?
speak once? Could you speak once?
Yes, now is my voice clear?
It is audible. Okay, fair enough. I think we will notify you if the disturbance goes beyond a particular threshold and the other team members are not able to focus. We will notify you of that, right?
Sure, thank you.
But it seems in order right now. Okay, team opposition, you all have the floor for 1 minute. We'll give you, and Isha is going to unmute her video at 50 seconds, right? Team opposition, your time starts now.
Good morning, everyone. The proposition before the House right now is that Sydenham House believes that human gene editing and tweaking is a hazardous move. Of course, we are against this proposition. It is simply because, as we've seen over the course of time, whenever technology has changed, there have been vast waves of change that have been affected onto the human psyche. And we believe the same to be true right now. Such tectonic changes cannot be comprehended in advance, and we must wait for these changes to take effect, to actually truly take root in our society, to see what kind of fundamental changes are brought about by such advancements in technology. Until and unless we actually see what that future looks like, we cannot begin to start to critique what the harmful effects or what the hazardous drawbacks of something like this could be. After all, we are a world that is plagued by disease, disability, and also a lot of insufficient access to proper medical hygiene and medical facilities. In such a world, we have to make sure that we keep pushing towards medical and innovation in health and DNA sequencing.
Time's up.
And I feel
Please wrap up. Yes, please wrap up that statement, Conquistadors.
through the technology of CRISPR that has recently emerged, which is a DNA sequencing technology, we found out that DNA in and of itself can now be edited, which means that genetic defects from birth are now also controllable.
Right. Thank you, Team Conquistadors. We were now going to be moving into the rebuttal, which is going to comprise of 13 minutes, 1-3, with the first question from Team Opposition, and then I'm going to leave it to the four of y'all to debate. Team Opposition, we are going to be having your first question to begin the rebuttal. All right. Isha, can we start the timer for 13 minutes? All
Yes.
cards are active and still alive in the round. Okay. Isha, we can begin now.
So the question I would like to pose to the group of vociferous is: do they think that genetic defects, which are basically present at birth, can they be cured with present medical technology, or would advancements such as gene editing be required in the future to be able to tackle this?
Gene editing as such, this opinion, this question of yours has needs to be substantiated with an opinion. Here, my point is, of course, long-term effects of certain diseases have long-term effects of science have proved. My voice is clear, right, at this point in time? Yeah, okay. So we can see that everything has its own advantages and disadvantages. Gene editing, on the other hand, whichever you have said, might be there is still a possibility, but it is not 100% sure that it is the way to go ahead. Number one. Number two, like I mentioned earlier, it could create about a political difference, it could create about an economic disparity, and it could at the same time it could prove very much harmful to the society. This is what I feel.
Again, Yadvan, the
Team
question I asked
vociferous.
actually.
Go ahead, Dakshin.
Yeah, Yadvan. The question I asked actually was specifically related to people that are born with disabilities and defects at birth. Do you think present technology can actually help them?
Well, vociferous, there's another thing that I would want you to guys to look at is that initially when people in the olden age used to get sick or they would have some sort of an infection in the disease, their legs and arms would have been cut off. And initially at that time, due to the absence of any medicine to treat that disease, people would look at that as very barbaric, but it would be eventually a matter of time that you would learn that it was done for a better thing, for a better, greater future, to be able to protect their lives. When you're talking about DNA editing, you have to remember that there are a billion base pair genes that are actually making up the entire human genome, and human genome is of one of the most complicated human genomes that we have on this planet, purely out of our evolution, because of which it becomes very difficult to be able to have this technology become advanced as much as you would like in the next coming years. It is only through steady and slow progress in this field that you'll be able to see progress.
I'm not. Yeah. Someone, please go ahead.
Yeah, acha. There is a reason that we have a certain biological cycle in which a person gets born, he gets old, and then he dies. When my friend Congress Todor was saying that, do you believe that these kind of diseases will be able to cure in the longer term? Sure, you might be able to do it in the longer term, but the kind of the research and the disadvantages that this will procure in the longer term will have a negative impact on that. Mani, please carry on.
Like Somendra just said, I'd like to add more to it. We see that in the longer scheme of things might fall into place, but at the same time, we cannot guarantee the efficacy of the mode which you're suggesting. Like there might be a possibility, but at the same time, like we recently had Corona pandemic, which was prevalent throughout the world, but we also saw the amount of death toll which it took. Right. At the same time, gene editing might prove to be beneficial, but its disadvantages are more for the sole purpose that you might not be sure of which medicine works on whom, right? And this could cause problems and also bring about troubles.
Okay, I don't agree with one point that Team Vociferous raises, that they said that in the future maybe those diseases will be able to be treated even without gene editing. Let me tell you, if your genes is that if you are going to get cancer by the age of 80, or if you're going to stay short for the rest of your life, it doesn't matter how many medicines that I pump into you. It is only that through a DNA editing and editing how your body reacts to certain stimuli or medicines can actually treat you. If there were alternative medicines available, I don't think so an endeavor such as gene editing would have taken in the first place. There are certain problems biological that can only be tackled by gene editing, and hence we have that in place today. I want you to look at one point very carefully. If you were to follow Elon Musk, he has plans to send humans to the Mars, right? And out in space, we don't have the protective shield of the atmosphere to protect us from radiation and UV rays and whatnot. One of the technologies that is being developed for humans when they are going to go out in space is gene editing, for them to be able for humans to be able to be less susceptible to cancer and radiation, so
I'd
that they
like to
can survive out
stop
in
you at this
space.
point. All I'm trying to tell is gene editing could be a beneficial way, but at the same time, we need to look at the economic aspects of the same. Don't you think that gene editing at any point in time would bring about a huge amount of economic disparity? Like you just quoted Elon Musk. do you think that his agenda of people of in placing people on Mars is going to be an economical move, or something which is looking for which has the agenda of catering to putting many putting many people on Mars? No, that is only for an economical few or the privileged few, to be precise.
And this is what we have also seen during this pandemic, that how the vaccines have been created for the nations which are more advanced in nature, and those nations who are not who are at the poverty level and who are not that advanced, they were left without the vaccines and their people were not catered to. So these kind of modifications, these kind of genetic editing is for the advanced countries, and we are overlooking the disparity aspect of that particularly.
I would like to retort here. I think Yadubans just raised the point where it is uneconomical to invest in gene editing and also such treatments. But I would like to state that any innovation is expensive in the start. Just like my friend pointed out about Elon Musk, yes, right now it is not economical for everybody to hitch a ride to Mars. But the point here is to put the fulcrum in place, to put the foundation in place, so that afterwards, when the scale becomes larger, the prices will go down. That is what all scientific innovation relates to, which is what I feel will happen with gene editing as well. We're not looking for, and as my friend Somendra just pointed out, that this pandemic has pointed out a lot of glaring difficulties of the developing world as opposed to the developed world. But I would like to take the example of our own country, India, the developing country, and we have provided vaccines across the world to, and we have not discriminated against only the developed few or discriminate against the developing few. We have given vaccines simply on the basis of requirement, which was something that we did on the basis of basic humanity. And I feel that this is something that will continue on as we can become as cold and calculating towards solving our problems and towards profitability and towards innovation. But we can never remove our sense of humanity that we possess as a species.
Agreed with you on this point, whether we cannot remove the sense of humanity or something of that kind, but at the same time we cannot forget that science does not only work on humanity, it also works on economy, right? Number one. Number two,
which is why I pointed out that initially it would be expensive to bring this innovation to fruition.
I didn't deny that, but looking at the current state of vaccination with respect to COVID pandemic, we see that the rich countries, or the OECD nations to be precise, they're only 16% in number. They hold 16% of the population, but they actually took command of 60% of the global vaccine supply. Do you think if this kind of attitude is prevalent, only a country as large as India would be able to defend its entire cause for gene editing and bring about humanity? I don't think so. Because looking at this longer scheme of things, it requires unison to act in coherence with one another, and not just one aspect of humanity, which could bring about help us in bring about a change in the databases or genetic modifications.
I think the other ones, you're not realizing the kind of tectonic shift that this sort of technology entails. Imagine BlackBerry, for example. BlackBerry also chose not to innovate themselves and change into the touchscreen smartphone pro world. And my point that I'm making here is that because they chose not to, the rest of the world already decided to, and everybody scaled up to that level, and BlackBerry became irrelevant. They had to catch up later on. Essentially, what you're saying that developed nations or the richer countries, the OECD countries, would not do this. Well, they don't have to be the first people to innovate. Whoever innovates and whoever is able to do this successfully, then they will have to catch up in the race. Now, the onus is on them to make sure that they can catch up and reach back to that point. And again, it's not about capitalism and how people will be exploited through this. Yes, there will be a capital gain in this, a massive capital expenditure in the start to put forth this innovation. But after a point, once this is standardized, there will be no other option but for everybody to take this up, because it is simply the standard operating mechanism that will now be prevalent across the world.
I want you to look at all the technological innovations that have happened throughout the world. Most of them were developed for military reasons or for certain high-grade reasons, which were then scaled down for civilian purposes. Even if your concern is that today this technology is expensive, it is only a matter of time with development that it becomes more accessible to people. So as long as you're developing it and you're pro it, it is only then that you can have that future up ahead. Otherwise, you're not going to have utopia.
Innovation is always not an answer to everything. I believe, I know that technological innovation is a necessary thing, but it is always not an answer to every technological development that we require. For example, mustard gas and chlorine gas was innovated during the World War II, but it was not necessary. It was not pro bono, actually. But even though it was developed and it was used not only in World War II, but it was also used in Syria and Yemen, as per the United Nations Convention, that chemical weapons were used. So these kind of technological innovation is not always the answer that it is going to be expensive and it is going to be necessary in order to move forward into the progression.
And the same technology of chlorine killing cells was then later on used to sanitize public pools. So there you have it.
Exactly, Swamendra. So every technology has two sides to it. You can't just assume that there will be a negative output of some technological innovation and then completely negate the positive aspects of the same.
But there is always yes, Mani, just 1 second. But there is always a nature in the place. There are some fundamental things that should not be and could not be touched in order to remain, in order to maintain the sanctity and the piousness of that particular thing. Editing, tweaking, and all of those things, it basically it sounds very inquisitive and very innovative, but there are certain things that should be sacrosanct as per the remaining of nature.
I realize the argument you're making, Swamendra. I'd just like to pose one question. Do you like dogs?
The
And
COVID
the only
virus.
question I'd like to pose is, do you like dogs? Because
Yeah.
dogs have also been genetically engineered to be our pets. They didn't actually look like this. They've evolved from wolves. We've domesticated them to be the way that they are. Now, what would you say? Should that not have been done? As you point out quite piously, that is not a very sacrosanct thing to do.
Yeah. Yes, Mani. Yes, Mani.
No, I was saying that in addition to Somendra's point earlier, we noticed that there was something which was created in the Wuhan lab in China, and that was the Chinese virus. It was not created for any for the human evolution or for the development of the mankind, but it was created solely for the purpose of destruction and the Chinese dominance on global economy or global nations. So this is something which clearly goes on to add that not everything which is created is for human beings. And your question that dogs were engineered or dogs were genetically modified, of course, designer dogs, they are also in the category of designer dogs, to be precise. But do you think that doing so in the categories of human beings would be beneficial? I don't think so, because designer dogs, like you said in the first place, dogs are something which is not affordable, which is not bought by everybody, but mostly for people who are in the upper scum of the society, upper levels of the society. If you notice, more than 60% of India resides in rural areas. Do you think all of them can afford genetic dogs or genetically modified dogs or engineered dogs which were bred from wolves? I don't think so. Likewise,
Go ahead.
yeah, and likewise, like you said, in the longer scheme of things, we could bring about a situation where most of our ailments or diseases could actually be cured by genetic modification. Do you think that tomorrow, if something of larger agenda catches up, the larger lot of the rural India would be able to afford the genetic design of their future generations to bring about good quality or good breed of babies? That initially, in the shorter scheme of things, it seems reasonable, but in the longer scheme of things, it is uneconomical, for the sole purpose that AIDS as a disease started happening long back, but even today we do not have a full-fledged vaccine for the same. I don't think that in the longer scheme of things that is even going to happen.
Well, to point to what Vociferous were concerned, the team Vociferous was concerned about, I don't think so anyone in the room would. Okay.
Team Conquistadors, you can complete that statement.
Well, I don't think so anyone in the room would be on any other on a debate whether or not COVID was good or bad. But you remember one thing is that it's not guns that kill people; it's people that kill people. Technology in itself is neither benign nor malign. Right?
All right, thank you, Team Conquistadors. We are going to be moving into the closing remarks now. Before which, I'd like to point that out that in your closing remarks, we are not supposed to be having new points. If so, we are going to be having to be notified by the opponent team. All right. Team opposition is going to go first into the closing remarks, which is going to span across a wing of 1.5 minutes. All right. Is that clear? Okay. Team opposition, you have the floor for 1.5 minutes.
Well, we definitely did have a constructive discussion here. Obviously, I don't think so any technology should be treated very lightly. There are definitely repercussions to the type of technology that you're developing. Could have been used for bad, could have been used for good. But always one thing that is to remember is that technology always begins with innovation. It is always a far reached out idea that is then substantiated and developed upon. Initially, you do have to have a lot of capital investment put into it and develop. Technology takes a lot of time to develop and to perfect. If you're working with human beings, I don't think that the technology is going to be perfected by tomorrow or by day after tomorrow, as I pointed out earlier. humans are one of the biggest pair genes in the world because of their evolutionary biology as compared to dogs or for cats. This technology will definitely take time, but just as you would have seen from experiments, from operations that are and medical progresses that you have seen in the past, this can only be improved with time. Looking forward, there's only a positive thing to look ahead. If you were to look in the future, there would be all the problems that you're talking about would be challenged and be looked at, and would definitely be solved, because this is not only your problem, but this is a problem for many people who might be facing this treatment. So it is only a matter of time that these issues get sorted, that these issues get addressed. And if you were to look forward in the future, I think it's only going to show you a positive outlook for this technology if you were to go forward. So that's my conclusion.
Right. Thank you, Visha. Thank you, Team Conquistadors. Team Proposition, you all have the floor for 1.5 minutes.
Question was whether human gene editing and tweaking is a hazardous move, and our opinion is still the same. Like looking at the current state and current scenario of the nation or the world, we have not yet we have not yet entered in the scenario where we are fully vaccinated. Even India in the whole of it is not fully vaccinated. At the same time, looking at the larger prospect of things, do you think genetically modified organisms or genetically modified human babies could be a boon or bane for the nation? I believe they could be a boon to a very small extent, but the larger scheme of things, looking at the larger scheme of things, I believe they would only be a bane for the purpose that they are an innovative aspect of product, no doubt in that. But at the same time, would they create an economic disparity? Would the poor be able to afford, and would the rich would not be, would not stop from buying? Yes, that is going to happen, number one. Number two, do you think we would be having disadvantaged people? Yes, we would be having disadvantaged people, because if we expect designer babies, we also expect them to have designer genes, which implies we expect them to have quality, something which we could not inherit in ourselves. And that, I believe, in the longer scheme of things, would only create about disparity. Why would I have to, if I'm rich, why would I have to think about something else? All I have to do is invest in one genetical organization and ask them to create a baby which could bring me Sachin Tendulkar, and I be rich my entire life. Do you think that people who come from villages or something of that kind would be able to afford based on the talent? I don't think so. So my opinion, or our opinion on this topic, is something that, of course, it is good only as an innovative thing, or to cure diseases, but to create about something
Time's up.
yeah.
Team Vociferous, please wrap up. You've got another 10 seconds to wrap up.
Yeah, for the sole purpose of bringing about increasing the gap between the rich and the poor, or something between the privileged and the unprivileged, is something which we do not advocate. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Team Vociferous. Thank you, Team Conquistadors. Teams, before we put the final nail in the coffin, do we have any points that were newly introduced through the course of the closing remarks? Team Conquistadors and Team Vociferous, are there any new points by your opponents?
I would like to point out one fact is that we were not discussing about creating or indulging in genetic editing.
Team
for
Conquistadors, I'm sorry to interrupt. You will have to be very crisp about what was that refreshed point.
To use genetic technology to create biological advantages is not something that was discussed. It was only the treatment of diseases that were discussed.
All right. Thank you. There is no plea to follow up, no justification. Team Joneses, please note down, madam, please note down that this was a new point according to Team Conquistadors. We move to Team Vociferous. Any new points introduced through the course of the closing remarks?
We did not find any such point.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Team Vociferous. Thank you, Team Conquistadors. You can shake hands on this, and we can move into our next debate. All right. Thank you. All right, Omkar, could we have the next debate teams please called up on stage?
Yes, the final two teams will be debating in round 3. It will be PB and J versus the Malluminati.
Okay, Team PB and J versus Team Malluminati. Can you please come up on stage? Yes, thank you. Okay, Team Malluminati comprises of Vineet and Rahul Pillai. We've got Mrinay and Sugandha from Team PB and J. Okay, team, I'm going to be introducing to you any questions on the rules of procedure first before we commence. Any questions on the rules of procedure? Everything's crystal? Okay, fair enough. Okay, you've got all your cards intact. All your cards are still alive. We move on to the agenda, post which we are going to be taken over by Viral for the toss. Team PB&J, would you want to pick the stance here in the first round? Or you want to decide that post the agenda? I will mention the agenda. Yes, I'll mention the agenda to you. If you want to use that in the first round, it's up to you. We'll go ahead into no toss. Mind you, if you do not use this and if you are out of the first round, you cannot use that again, obviously. So it's either the first or the second round. You cannot use it in the finale. All right. Team PB&J, clear on that? Okay, good. Here's the agenda. Sydenham House believes that circles also have corners. Sydenham House believes that circles also have corners. Right? Very glad to see that smile on your face, Vineet. Okay. The agenda, I'll repeat, is Sydenham House believes that circles also have corners. Team PB&J, would you like to use that advantage that you collected in the first elevator pitch? Team PB&J, we will have to be notified soon.
Yes, we would like to use the advantage.
Okay. Okay. What is the stance that you all would like to pick? Team PB&J, we don't have that much time. You'll have to pick a stance quickly.
We'll go for against the motion.
You were against the motion. Y'all are the nigs for the motion. Okay. Maluminati, y'all are proposing the motion, which says Sydenham House believes that circles do have corners, have some corners. PB&J, Team Illuminati, y'all got 2 minutes and the time starts now. All right, team, final 10 seconds.
Time's up.
All right, thank you, Isha. Team proposing the motion. Team F, we're going to be starting with you on the first minute. Team F, you got 1 minute and your time starts now.
At face value, one can say circles don't have corners, but I believe it is more about seeing the good and bad. Instead of complaining that the rose bush is full of thorns, be happy the thorn has the roses. So like I said, circles do have corners because one must see the good in everything. Nothing is 100% bad. I once read that people who journal to identify lessons from painful situations generally move on more quickly and easily than people who write merely to vent their emotions. In discovering opportunities for growth, we empower ourselves to see whatever we have been through as something that can be ultimately beneficial, even if it's tremendously uncomfortable in the short term. It's not always easy to do that, particularly because there are so many things that happen that we may never understand and plenty of events that seem unfair. Why do some people retain their health despite poor choices, while others wake up seriously ill one day with no reason or warning? Why do some people enjoy great fortune?
Please wrap up. You can wrap up that statement.
Yeah, without having to expel much effort. So I think that nothing in the world is 100% bad or 100% good. Similarly, circles do have corners.
Right. Thank you, Team F. We move on to Team Neg. Team BB and J, you have the floor for 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Yeah, hi. So we are going against the motion and we are proposing that the circle do not have a corner. It's a very plain and a mathematical fact that it's a round figure and it's a smooth figure. We can't have corners, and a corner is someplace where two sides meet. And we know that the world is also round. It's a circle. So the entire, system comes to an end. There is no point where a circle can meet each other. So it's a very plain mathematical fact, and we can't propose that a circle has corners. Renee, would you like to add a point? Yes.
Can we do that?
Yes, you can.
Sure. So saying that a circle has a corner would be like saying that the Earth is not round, and that if it is round, the peaks that the mountains have are the corners of the Earth, which doesn't make sense at all, right? So how can we even go ahead and make a statement like that?
All right. Thank you, Team PB and J. We move on to the rebuttal, which is going to be initiated by Team PB and J. The rebuttal is going to comprise of a total span of 13 minutes. Team opposition, Team Neg, you all got the first question, and then it is going to progress very organically.
Sorry, like we have to start the rebuttal?
Yes, Team PB and J, the opposition will start the rebuttal.
I would like the team Maluminati to justify how can they, propose this fact that a mathematical figure, which is a circle, it has corners. Like, let's not pass and let's get to the facts.
Yeah, perfect. So to answer that question, first and foremost, we're not talking about the mathematical aspect of it, because had that been the case, then the whole point of this debate would have been redundant, because it is obvious that circle doesn't have corners when you look at it from the mathematic perspective. But you need to understand the deeper meaning of what the topic is trying to portray, and which is something philosophical. What the topic tries to simply say is the fact that the circle of corners implies in our lives, if face situations wherein all of us have cut corners, we have taken shortcuts, we have saved time, we have cut corners. So that is what this topic is trying to portray, and not the mathematical aspect of it. Also, the other speaker, Madam Mrinali, also spoke about Earth's shape. It's like Earth is round, but the fact is Earth is not round, it's oblate spheroid. So to quote that Earth is round, and again that has got little relevance to the topic, but just to correct over there, Earth is not round for that matter. Yeah.
Yeah,
The perspective that we use differs a lot here. So we clearly don't see this as a non-mathematical concept. I think because you're at a disadvantage here, you're trying to make that point. But we totally stand by the point that this is this can also be looked at in a very mathematical way. Also, if you are going to the facts that the Earth is not exactly round, I would also like to tell you that talking about your life and how you cut corners and considering that to be making it a rounder shape does not exactly make a lot of sense.
And if you want to put forward the philosophical point, so I would like to point out one thing here to you, that we say karma comes back to you. So circle does not have corners. If you do anything, it's gonna come right back to you. You can't escape. So you don't have a corner to hide yourself.
Just a counter to that point. First and foremost, it need not be personal over here. It doesn't mean that only I cut a particular individual cuts corners. It's out for everybody. And cutting corners is not something very unethical as for that matter. Everybody does that, like jumping a signal just because you're late, and you have ethics on your side because you had to reach that meeting urgently, or you had to meet somebody who is facing a medical emergency out there at the hospital. So it's always not unethical to cut corners first and foremost.
Personal. I was just putting forward the philosophical point of view. Since you said the debate is not about mathematical aspects, I was saying the philosophy side, that whatever you're going to do in life, it's going to come back to you. You can't hide yourself in a corner. So circle doesn't have corners. That's my point.
So exactly.
Okay, let me add a point here. So you clearly don't agree with our philosophical take. So let me tell you, let me go mathematical here. Take a polygon, keep adding sides to it until you get an infinite-sided polygon. And what's an infinite-sided polygon? It's a circle. So if the infinite-sided polygon initially did not have corners, then it would have been a straight line. but we did not get a straight line because it had corners in the start. So mathematically also we can prove that circles have a corner. And let me tell you, this is mathematically defined and we all agree. But you can disagree with it because we can bring in a new definition. It's all just a set of standards like that we follow commonly from a long time. So even if you take mathematically, it's an infinite-sided polygon with corners.
Right, Vineet. So kudos to that. So I'm really
Sorry,
glad you looked
no,
it
no,
up.
no, no. Polygon is not, infinite side is not a polygon. Polygon is a figure which is made by more than two sides. So a triangle is a polygon, a hexagon is a polygon, an octagon is a polygon, and a circle is not a polygon. You don't use sides to make a polygon. You don't use sides to make a circle. So
No, what he meant was not about the sides. What he said was if you draw an infinitely number n, the side number is n. If you draw an infinitely sided polygon, that look like a circle. So basically, if you
Right.
look at it from the outside, it has got corners.
Rahul, yes, yeah, right. So I got Vineet's point. So what I'd like to say that it's great that you went to the lengths of trying to explain this to us, but deep down, I think we all know that even if that is something we are assuming, the more you zoom into it, the more infinitesimally you look at the picture, it's still going to have corners. So that does not really make sense, and it won't look like a circle even if you zoom into it. That polygon is still not going to be a circle.
So yeah. So you do concur the point that from the outside it does look like a circle, right? And the circle has got corners. That is what you're trying to imply, right? You do concur the fact that from the outside it looks like those polygon and sided polygon has got
What
looks like a
appears to
circle.
be isn't always the truth, Rahul, here. So even if it looks like to you, we all know that factually, even if when you look at it infinitesimally, it's not going to look like a circle. So a circle is supposed to be smooth. It has no edges. It only has one center in the between, and that is the only point that we would like to make. Pun intended.
There's also another definition of circle. It's an infinitely, it has got infinite corners. That is what circle is defined as, basically. The infinitesimal point that you're trying to portray, that is what makes up the circle. So denying that fact is something I believe would be against mathematics as such. And you're just trying to look at the surface of it. Superficially, yes, but not trying to go deep into the whole fact of it. And also from
I don't think that we have to be mathematical always. Like
Exactly.
life is not defined in numbers. It has emotions. It has philosophy.
All right, team proposition. I'll have to intervene here with your question next.
Okay. So, Rahul, would you like to go?
Yeah, so we've tried to address your mathematical point of view, but you have tried to, stay away from our key questioning, which is the philosophical aspect of this question, which is, does circle have corners? And we do believe that it has. And so the point is, there's been numerous instances across our lives when, we take that small shortcut, which may or may not be ethical for that matter. But the point is, can you still deny the fact that there's no cutting corners which is happening in our day-to-day life? Everybody does that. Even Sachin Tendulkar has done that after getting caught. The umpire says not out. There was no DRS back then, so he stayed back. So does that mean he was unethical? Because technically, if you go by the rules, the umpire said not out, so there was no proof to say that he was out, but he knew deep within that there was an edge. So cutting corners is something which is happening on a daily basis. So would you go out to your lengths and try to justify how you address this philosophical dilemma?
One point here. So the topic which you have is circles have corners. So how can you involve the concept of cutting corners here? Like, could you please elaborate on this? You are deviating from the topic, I believe.
It's not
Cutting
deviation at
corners
all.
is
Yeah.
no. This
Yeah.
cutting corners is using shorter means and not going by the set route. That is cutting corners or deceiving somebody or that. But circles have corners. That is supposed to be your topic. So even if you want to highlight the philosophical aspect, it would be great if you use this analogy that circles have corners. Let's not get into the cutting corner side because that's not relevant here.
That's because you may not have an answer to that. But the whole point is you're again trying to put it in a framework. So the whole debate from the side opposition has been to put in a set framework wherein you don't want to go outside or maybe think out of the box in that sense. So the set framework says that, okay, you're talking about corners only, so there's no cutting corners happening. So that is not the whole point. Philosophy is open-ended, right? And it is up for interpretation. So our point is, how do you tackle that philosophical aspect of this coming into the whole picture, wherein you can consider our life as a circle, And you spoke about karma as well, right? So you say that we get back what we do. So if we do something bad, we get back, right? So you are doing something bad, so it means that you're cutting corners somewhere, right? So that's the whole point of it. That's a philosophical aspect that we're trying to address. And a side proposition, I feel, is not trying to come up with the answer for the same.
Well, I do understand why you're trying to bring in the philosophical aspect into the picture here, and we would also like to explore a little bit of that. So if you're talking about going around something, that means that we are trying to move or change a direction. So if that thing has a corner, that would mean we would be changing a direction completely. But how do you do that for a circle? Circles don't, because circles are completely smooth and round, you can't actually change direction. So if in life you think that we are cutting corners, we're not actually doing that.
You are not audible, Rahul.
Yeah,
You
you
need to
do
unmute
understand
yourself.
that circle is also made up of infinite amount of tangents, right? So tangents is all about moving away from the set path. That is what we're trying to say. Moving away from the standard set of path, that is, you have to go around the circle, but you understand if you go deep within that every circle, each and every point, you have a single unique tangent. And that tangent is not always in the set direction of a circle. It's going against. It's perfectly 90-degree perpendicular to that point. So that is what we're trying to say. Going away from the set path, that is your circle.
Okay, so if I may make a completely different point over here, we also keep talking about things like a group of friends are called a friend circle. We're not called a friend square, and there's a reason for that, because we're not wanting to corner anybody or alienate anybody in the friend group. So that exactly is the reason. I think everybody or whoever came up with this term called keep your circle small was making quite a lot sense, more than this having this discussion.
So this is a mathematical interpretation, right? So it's not defined or anything that it has to be a friend circle. No, we can call a friends gang or anything. No, it's not defined. So you can actually have philosophical interpretation like cutting corners for a circle, not just the mathematical framework. So that
Well,
point is clear.
Well, this is my point of view. I'm not saying I'm agreeing with what you initially said, because I gave my explanation already and I don't want to make the same point again and again.
No, but we
It's
can
just
have
wasting
non-mathematical
time.
interpretation about circles, like you just said, friend circle. That's not
Right,
mathematical at all.
right. Of course we can.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's an abstract topic. Of course, we can interpret it the way we like to.
No, you said we took the philosophical approach because we
Yeah.
couldn't
No,
do it mathematically.
I
We
was
couldn't
trying to.
justify
Yeah.
mathematically, so we took philosophical. But that's not the
Yeah.
case. Philosophical is there. You can also do it. You just
No, this philosophical approach in it is in addition to what we initially
yeah, but it's there. It's
the main
doable.
point that we made.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
of
it's
course it
there.
is. Of course
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is.
Thank you, thank you.
But it should make sense, right? That's more important.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're trying to do when we're all getting into,
Yeah,
trying to get
our
into
point is
mathematics.
that we must look at something from all angles, not just the mathematical angle, whatever angle is possible. So you agreed. Thank you.
Team, for the lack of content, I'm going to move back to team opposition for your next question.
So do I have to take a name of the opponent, or should I just throw it at the team?
That's all right. It's up to you.
All right. So since we are talking about explaining it mathematically, can you tell me this? If we are saying that a circle is smooth, you agree with that, right? You say we agree. We all agree that a circle is a smooth, and it is like it just has a point in the center. So tell me why you think it is more important to focus on the part which talks about having infinite number of what is the word you used? Polygon, right? Infinite number of sides. Why do you think it is more important to focus on that?
Like I said before, when we are focusing on something, there's no specific framework as to we should focus on the center. We should look at it from all sides. Like center is equally as important as the edges. The edges also form part of the circle.
Yeah, please wrap up. Team Illuminati, please wrap up the last statement.
Yeah, like I said, everything forms a circle, not just the point on the center. Even the edges form the circle. So we must focus on everything holistically.
Right. Thank you, Team Illuminati. Thank you, Team PBNJ. We're going to move to the closing remarks, which is going to be a total wingspan of 1.5 minutes per team. Team opposition, that's team neg. You all are going to go first. Where would you like your warning assist? 1 minute 20?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 minute 20 it is. Isha, please keep note of the fact that they need a warning assist at 120. Team PB and J, you have the floor for the next 1.5 minutes. Off you go.
So, as a closing remark, we would like to stick to the original stance only, which is, a circle does not have corners according to the mathematical aspect, since it's a very closed and a round and a smooth figure. And that's it. And basically, we'll be sticking to this point of view. We'll not go to the philosophical thing that circle have don't have corners. We're not going to take that path. And the last thing which I'll like to put forward is, in order to arrive at a corner, you need two sides, and a circle does not have sides. And we'll be sticking to this point. And if I have to add a philosophical thought here, that a circle does not have corners, the point I'm going to put forward is that, again, the point of karma, like whatever you're going to do in life, it's going to come back to you. Since Team Maluminati had taken a philosophical outlook, so I would like to add this point as well. So, according to both the point of views of mathematical and philosophical, a circle does not have corners. That's it from my side. Thank you.
All right, thank you for not overshooting. Team Maluminati, you have the floor for 1.5 minutes, and your time starts now.
Yeah. So what side opposition has tried to do over here is drag the debate to and keep it to just the mathematical aspect of this, because they felt it is comfortable enough, because the topic itself says that the circle is round, and so you don't have any justification to do. You don't have to bring up any new points, and that is what they have been trying to do in the first half of the discussion that we have had over here today. But we side proposition put up certain points. We defended not just the mathematical aspect of it, but we also brought in the philosophical side to the debate. Talking about the mathematical aspect that we already highlighted, the point here is that an infinitesimally a small amount of polygons, if you club them together, it looks like a circle superficially. So from the outside, it's again a circle, but it has got corners because it is made up of an n-sided polygon. Second aspect, the philosophical. So the side opposition spoke about how karma gets you back and its life is all about a full circle. But the point is, you do something out of that circle, right? You somewhere deviate from that path, and that is when karma hits you back. So if you want to deviate from that path, you are doing something against the rule of mathematics, as side proposition has been trying to speak about, that is the circular path. So that is what we as a side try to propose. The fact is that in our lives, we have seen that life is not just about following a set template, following a set circle. We all have cut corners. We all have deviated from that set path. And that is the point that this topic is trying to portray, wherein, life is not just a full circle. It has got corners, and we all have been doing that. Thank you.
You could wrap up. You got 10 seconds to wrap up.
Yeah. So with that, we try to end our discussion with the whole point that circle do have corners, and in our lives, and as in the mathematical point as well, we have seen corners in circles, and we have all been doing that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Team Illuminati. Thank you, Team PB and J. Teams, moving on, before we end this, can we have you all point out and acknowledge if there have been any new points introduced through the course of the closing remarks? Team PB and J, any new points introduced by Team Illuminati?
No.
All right. Seeing none, we move to Team Maluminati. Maluminati team, have they introduced anything new in the closing remarks? Okay, seeing none, fair. Y'all can shake hands on this, and I think we can move into our second rounds after we have the judgment. Thank you, Team Maluminati, and thank you, Team PB and J.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good debate, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Jugal, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Nanak. So we'll be having a short break of 10 minutes now. We'll be resuming after that. You may turn off your videos if you want to. Okay, everyone, please, can you please turn on your cameras? Okay, it seems everyone is here. Ma'am, we can go ahead with the results and the feedback.
Sure. So as regards the results and the feedback, I would like to give you the feedback first. You know, what I thought is the teams all the teams in fact put up a very good show in terms of their research. However, some teams fell short. I think the focus should be more on facts and figures. Yes, those statements need to be explained, but the focus has to be on facts and figures because at the end of the day, that is going to carry the argument ahead. Also, I think some teams need to work on group dynamics. The teams that I have chosen were very high on group dynamics in terms of the fact that both members of the team spoke equally for equal amount of time and equally well. Also, I think by way of feedback, I would like to tell the teams that are going ahead and the teams that will not go ahead that one needs to be very alert because that will, finally help you to punch holes into the argument of the opposition. Uh, Also, I feel although this is a debate, one has to have the balance of being firm yet polite. You can't get aggressive at any point. More importantly, one cannot get vituperative and personal. So I think that has to be kept in mind going ahead. Also, the teams which have not made it in this round, I think what needed to be done is you needed to be more fluent and reduce the amount of fillers that you are putting into your argument. So this is a generic kind of feedback for all the teams that have participated. And now with, people must be very eager to know which are the teams that are going ahead in the rounds. So the four teams, I take this opportunity to announce, the four teams that will be going ahead are Flying Eagles, Conquistadors, Illuminati, and PBNJ. These are the four teams out of the 6 teams that participated that will be going ahead. Good luck to all the teams.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time. We'll be moving ahead into the next debate. Jugal, are we clear on that?
Yes, Darwin. Yes, you can go ahead.
All right. Okay. We move on to the next debate, and I'd like to call upon Team Illuminati and Team Flying Eagles up on stage, please. Team Illuminati versus Team Flying Eagles. Right? Can you, Jugal? Could we please refresh the spotlight? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We don't have one more team member from
Rajvi is
Team
not
Flying
here, I
Eagles.
guess. Rajvi, are you there? Yeah,
Team Flying Eagles, can we have your second participant, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to reach her. She seems to have some network issues. Just
Give me a second. Just give
We'll wait for a minute. No problem.
Dharmik,
Yes.
we as a team can use a single card, right?
Yes. You're supposed to do that. So you're going to be able to use only one card per team in one round. So if you've used one card in one round, you cannot use any other cards in that round. Mind you, Team Illuminati, all your cards are still alive. Team Flying Eagles, all your cards are still alive. Okay. Fair. Only one card usage per team. Mind you, Team Illuminati and Team Flying Eagles, if your opponents use card silencer, for example, you cannot use that card in that debate. First come, first serve. You can only use the other cards. Fair? Okay. Yash, are we expecting your team member to join shortly?
Yeah, I guess she's here.
Okay, Team Flying Eagles and Team Illuminati. Okay. Any doubts or any kind of hiccups around the rules of procedure before we begin? Yash, Rahul, Rajvi, and Vineet. Any kind of questions before we begin?
Are
Okay,
there
team.
any special are there any special rules for this round, or is it
No.
just the same?
No, basically there are no special rules for this round. The rounds remain the same. Things will only change in the finale. Semis are going to remain the same. There's no changes in the timings, etc.
Dharmik, I just had a request.
Yes.
Yeah, Yash, if you could just try and speak into the mouthpiece. Compared to the other people, you are a little, your voice muffles a bit.
Ma'am, am I audible clearly
Yes,
now?
now you are. Perfect.
Yes, this is much better. Yash, much better. You could speak like this exactly. I think that's better.
Okay.
Right, okay. Viral, are we ready with the coin toss? I will announce the agenda for your first semifinals. The agenda is as follows, and please make a note. Sydenham House believes that 99% is enough. And I repeat, Sydenham House believes that 99% is enough. We'll go into the coin toss, and I will want Team Maluminati to make the call here. Viral, can we have the coin toss, please? Team Maluminati, what's your call?
We'll go with heads.
Okay, heads. Viral, can you please? Heads it is. Okay, Maluminati, you will pick your stance quickly and then we'll go into a 2-minute session. Isha, are we ready with the timer? Team Maluminati, what's your stance?
Yeah, we'll go for.
Okay, Team Maluminati is proposing the motion saying that 99% is enough. Team Flying Eagles, you all are the next for this motion, which says Team Sydenham House believes that 99% is enough. Okay, team, your time of 2 minutes starts now. Isha, can we please start the time? Final 15 seconds, guys.
Time's up.
All right, thank you, Isha. Team Maluminati, you all have picked to side with the motion. You all go first on the opening remarks. What you get is a total span of 1 minute. Team Maluminati, your time, the floor is open to your opening remarks. Your time starts now.
Okay, so we, the side proposition, believe that 99% is enough, and there are three main points that I would list out in my speech, which justifies the same stance that we have taken. One, if you look at life in general as well, from the academical perspective as well, right? We all are in B schools right now, and we have seen that 99% is always just enough to get you through the best B school in the country. You need not always get 100% to get into the best B school that you want. So that itself proves that 99% is more than enough. Second, I would like to I'd like to take an example of the very famous ad of Dettol. Okay, they themselves claim that we are 99% effective against germs, and they themselves don't claim that they are 100% effective. And that's all about that's what life is all about, because you never claim that you're 100% correct in that sense, or you are 100% eliminating the germs. And coming to the medical aspect, something we have seen of late with the COVID pandemic as well, even you've seen that researchers have gone on to admit that, you know, a 99% vaccination, or even something, a majority of the population is vaccinated, you know, that should be more than enough to get you to 100% vaccination is not enough or not required.
Please wrap up. You get 10 seconds. Please wrap up.
Yeah, so that's what we feel because of these 3 points. And in general, we believe that 99% should be more than enough for you to get through. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Team Illuminati, the proposers of the motion. Team Flying Eagles, you all are opposing the motion. You got 1 minute where the floor is open to you. The time starts now.
So a very good evening. So a very good morning, everyone. To present that 99% is not enough. We Flying Eagles are here to put our stance on these following points. When we say that we have 100%, it is about that factor of confidence that stands for you are, that giving you a boost that you are one among the best. Also that it aims to how much of we all remember or we all know who Neil Armstrong is, because he was the first person to climb moon. But who remembers the second? So that is what the analogy is between a 99% and between 100%. The one getting 100% is remembered. When getting into news, even for cat percentile, as my very worthy opponent had mentioned, a 99% will never get to the Blackie colleges. But when stated a 99.5 and 100% has a higher chance to get to the Blackie or the best colleges out there. Even to the other institution when we see. Yeah.
Please wrap up. You got 10 seconds. Rajiv, please wrap up.
That is what 100% is equivalence of perfection and excellence. And that is what we should strive for. If we strive for moon, if we shoot for the moon, we land among the stars. And that is what the difference for 100% and a 99% is.
Thank you. Thank you, Team Flying Eagles. We'll move into the rebuttal, which is going to comprise of 13 minutes once again. Team Opposition, you all got the first questions, which is going to be Team Flying Eagles. We'll start this. Apologies.
65 marks or 50 marks.
Was there any, I'm sorry, did anybody say anything? The participants, did you all want to intervene? Okay. Okay, all right. So we'll start off the rebuttal round of 13 minutes. Isha, are we ready with the timer? We'll start off with the opposition's first question, thereafter progressing in a cascaded manner. Team Opposition, you have your first question and the time starts now.
So the key essence that we drew from your opening speech was your hinging upon the fact that 99% is just about enough. Just about enough. Kindly note this. Why do you stress upon the fact that we as a human race should only focus on just about crossing the line? Why not strive for something? Why not strive for excellence? Why not strive for widening our horizons? Why do we restrict ourselves? Because great leaders have told us we should take ourselves outside the comfort zone. 99% is, by your standards, by your interpretations, keeps us inside our comfort zone. So why should we keep us restricted within the comfort zone?
Yeah, I'll answer that. The point in here was that when I said 99% is just enough, it just says that you always aim for the 100. Your own team members spoke about how you should aim for the stars and you get on somewhere in the moon. So the point over here is simply this, that when you talk about 99%, what I'm just trying to say is that you don't have to put that pressure onto yourself to aim and strive for that perfection. And of course, we'll always aim for that perfect moment. But then if that doesn't happen, you don't have to carry on that pressure out there. Because if you always aim for 100%, you carry that psychological burden of getting there. That is something which we don't want us to associate ourselves with.
To add to a point here, to my very worthy opponent, when you had mentioned yourself that we aim for excellence, and when we say, you say 99% is enough. So how would this itself is contradicted? Because it is what, when we aim for the best, we get something to a diminishing factor. So if we are contented with a 99%, then this would not be a thing that will make us satisfied. To get your facts right, If 99% was good enough, then 12 newborns would be given to the wrong parents each day. If 99% is good enough, then 1,14,500 mismatched pairs of shoes would have been shipped each day. If 99% is good enough, then 2.5 million books would be shipped in the wrong covers. So when we say that 99% is not good enough, these are the facts we need to see and we need to consider.
So thank you for reading out the first result that comes in Google when you type 99 is not enough. Thank you for that. So when you finished your opening statement, you said aim for the moon and you reach the stars. So you aimed for the moon, but you reached somewhere else. So that wasn't 100%, right? You aimed for the moon and reached somewhere else. And you said that's fine. So that is what we were also saying. 99% in us. So you aim for something, but you reach somewhere nearby. That's not 100% at all.
Yeah, wonderful point. But you are again skewing the argument in the sense that when you are saying that you are aiming for the moon and you're landing up at stars, you are assuming that stars is placed somewhere beneath moon. Stars is somewhere below 100%. Why can't stars be 105?
No. I'm just saying you did not reach your destination. You did not get a perfect ending. 100% is perfection.
To bring a different perspective to this discussion, as a customer, when we give a 5 rating, that 5-star rating is equivalent to 100% satisfaction we have with the brand. And we, as an MBA graduate, also strive for the same 5-star thing with our services for the corporates and the corporates that give to the customers. So 5-star is that equivalent to a 99%, and that is something also seen in the net promoters score for the 5-star, that your customer is 100% satisfied with you. If you as a company are okay with a 4-star, then my friends, we are actually not getting to the full utilization of what MBA is teaching us.
But will you be dissatisfied if your customer gives you a 4.9 on 5? Will you still ask, can I get the 0.1?
So to get your facts straight on this, the scaling is itself on 100% or on 50%. There is nothing such as a 4.9 that stands there. You aim for that 100%.
But you gave the example of a customer. I can cite IMDb. There are movies that is rated 9.9. There's no 10 on 10 movie. So are you saying that that's not enough? A Shawshank Redemption has a 9+ score. It's like the top rated movie. So you are saying it's not enough. It has to get 10 on 10.
So it is striving. We have to get this point straight, that Shawshank Redemption is our best movie or the best rated movie on IMDb. Means there is still a possibility. There is yet a movie to come that aims for that 10 score. So there is a difference, that we have our best as Shawshank Redemption. There is still a movie that is yet to come that is to be given that 10.
So Shawshank Redemption aimed. That needs to be covered. So Shawshank Redemption aimed for the moon and reached the stars, right?
Yes. So that is what the point is. We still have that gap for that one point that needs a 10.
So aiming for the moon and reaching the stars is not a 10. So aiming for the moon and reaching the stars is not a 10.
So that is what thing is. See, when you
answer me. Is it
99% is not good enough, it is so on the premise that 100% is what we as human beings, as psychological beings aim for. This is what a perfection is. It is not enough.
Isha, could you please stop the time? I couldn't read the card. Rahul, you wanted to use a card. What's that card?
It's a black and white.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay. We are going to move into 3 questions up straight, and team Flying Eagles is going to answer the 3 questions only in a yes or a no. Rahul and Vineet, you all have your next 3 questions, please.
Yeah. Shall I go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah, so I would want the team opposition to answer this question straightforward. Do they believe the best movies out there, achieving a rating of more than, say, 9, not a perfect 10? So do they believe that it is the best out there?
Yes,
my question number,
no?
Yes or no?
Yes or no? We'll go question by question. Team Flying Eagles, a yes or a no to that question?
Second, your question is not clear. Could you please reiterate again?
Sorry?
Rahul, we'd want you to reiterate your question once. It was not clear.
Okay. So my question is simple. As my partner has already pointed out, he spoke about the best movie out there as per IMDb ratings as well. It says that, it is not even a perfect 10. And so my question is simply this. So there's no perfect thing out there. And do you agree with that thing or not? because it's the best movie out there.
The answer to that is no. Okay, next question, Rahul.
Yeah. So my next question is: wouldn't striving for perfection put an extra amount of psychological pressure on you?
A resounding no.
It's a no.
Okay.
Next question.
Yeah, Vinit, go ahead.
Yeah. So I come back to my previous point. You said reach for the moon, and then you reach the star. So you do not reach your destination. So is that a perfect 10?
No.
All right, thank you. Isha, we can start with the timer. We're going to go ahead into team proposition. Who's going to have the next question?
Yeah, our question is simply, yeah, Vinit, you want to go? Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, so my question to the team is simple. The opening speaker from the side opposition spoke about how the academics aspect as well in a reply to our opening speech. So she spoke about how, people achieving 100 percentile is remembered. But the point here is, only 9 out of those 2 lakh candidates who wrote a CAT got 100 and 100. And so the whole point is they would be sitting along with those candidates who got 99 as well. So the point is, why strive for 100 and get that extra pressure on you? Of course, you aim for that 100, but you are very much satisfied if you don't get that 100. So why add that extra psychological pressure on you? And that's been a problem with our country as well. Even if you look at the academics aspect as well, we've been putting in that extra onus, extra pressure on us, to strive for that 100. So yeah.
Wonderful points raised by you, Rahul. Well, I'd like you to focus your attention to the fact that you are generalizing this phenomenon that while striving for 100% or beyond 100%, that we are putting pressure on ourselves. It depends upon the psychological makeup of a person. So as to what psychological construct of a person, so as to what that person wants to visualize in one's mind. If I am a person, am ambitious and motivated, internally inherently motivated, I might aim for 110%. That might motivate me more than rather than being just satisfied with 99%. Someone like Vineet might get motivated by reaching by the premise that why not? Why should I not aim 99%? I'm only missing my mark by 1%. So it depends upon person to person. Also speaking about 100%, well, I believe that there's a line that is a theme that is revolving in your speeches is the fact that one should not aim for 100% necessarily, and it is not okay to aim for 100%. This is the theme that is emerging out from your speech. And the reason why I say this, because as you might be aware of the Perseverance rover that NASA has launched on its to Mars, Dr. Swati Mohan, the entry, descent and landing engineer of the mission, stated that they had to execute the mission with exact 100% accuracy because of the frailties that exist in Mars. Even with deviation by 0.1% would put 10 years of hard work to dust. So you now understand the context and the importance of 100%. So please don't generalize this point, my dear friend.
Okay, so we just want to make a side clear. We never said don't aim for 100%. We said if you aim for 100% and if you end up at 99, won't that be enough? Won't you be satisfied? That was a point. And also the case
that's
with
what I'm saying, that you cannot generalize this.
Yeah,
it
same.
Depends upon person to
The
person.
case with the rover cannot be put into daily life scenarios. That's also one of case.
To say on the lines that my very worthy opponent is mentioning here, that you said that 99% is good enough. So, that is the liberty we give for that 1% accuracy. And that 1% accuracy is what makes the difference between a normal person and a champion. Muhammad Ali had rightfully mentioned that when you train hard for that 100%, you become that champion. And that is the spirit that humankind is based on. And when you say that 99% is good enough, you are diminishing the value of what we humans, our human will stands for.
Yeah, so just a counter question to that. Did he ever achieve 100% victories in all his bouts all throughout his life? No, right? That is what you're trying to say. You never achieve 100% victories in anything that you do.
That is what the point is. For him, if he had thought that 99% was good enough, so would he be remembered as a champion today?
Exactly.
It is about the mindset. When we say 99% is good enough or not good enough, it is not about 1%. So it is about the difference of mindset, the liberties you give to yourself, the goals that you set your eyes on, that it is hard to achieve and it is not hard to achieve. That is 1% difference that makes all this huge, enormous
Yes,
difference.
I understand about the attempting at 100% part, but how many has actually achieved? Donald Bradman ended up with an average of 99.96 or 94. Does that take anything away from him? He's still great. Is that 99 enough for him? Yes, it is. Sachin
But my dear
Tendulkar,
friend,
yeah,
that's sorry to interrupt you, but that's
yeah,
still
yeah,
greater than 99%.
yeah.
So
That's
I would also like to add a point
Even
here.
if he was at 90, even if he was at 99%, wasn't that enough?
When I say that there
If
is even
Donald Bradman or if
1%,
anyone for that matter,
see, the Charles
yeah, and
Darwin
you said about
theory
Muhammad Ali
rightfully says,
as yeah,
Charles Darwin theory rightfully says survival of the fittest. Like the ones who are the best would be propagated further. Okay,
yes,
so 1% survival chance is all you get when there is a difference of a 99 and 100%. The one with 100% chances and the stronger instincts would be propagated further. So it is about that 1% difference that is making the difference, and that is why 99% is not good enough.
but
And
how
that
many has reached this? I'm asking for all the people, be it sports, science, physics, anything. Everyone, let everyone, each of us aim for 100%, and each of us ended up with 99%. Is that not enough?
Exactly, because in just to add to that point, in as in life in general, it's a relative competition that we're facing, and nobody achieves. Not everybody achieves 100. Of course, you target for 100, but then you end up achieving somewhere in the 99 ranges, and that is what we're trying to say. We are not saying you don't aim for 100, but our point is 99% should be more than enough in life.
All right. Thank you, team. We're through with the rebuttal. We are going to be moving into the closing remarks. Team opposition is going to go first into the closing remarks. Mind you, no new points to be made. Team opposition, you have the floor for 1.5 minutes, and your time starts now.
yeah.
Team
Yes, you go ahead.
opposition. Yes, please.
hello. Am I audible now? Hello. Yeah. So Team Illuminati came on to the conclusion that first of all they were saying that we should be satisfied with 99%. Why should we be satisfied with 99%? Why not aim for that 100%? Again, Team Illuminati then said that a contrary point then said that by aiming for 900%, we are putting psychological pressure on ourselves. On the flip side of it, you are saying the team, our worthy team says that no, we are fine with 99%, and that we should aim for and we should be satisfied with 99%, and that we should not be unperturbed by that. Well, it is to iron out these inconsistencies. We as a team are stating that we should aim for 100%. As in, why should we even settle for 100%? Aim for something higher than that. What if you aim for 105%, you end up at 100%? Why not be satisfied with that? So as spoken by us, there are certain situations where there is no scope for error. 100% is what we have to achieve, and there are certain walks of life. Yeah.
You can wrap up. You got 10 seconds if you want to wrap up the last statement.
There are certain walks of life where we just cannot leave any room for error, and we just cannot be satisfied with the mindset that let's be happy with 99%.
All right, thank you, Team Flying Eagles. We move to Team Illuminati. Team Illuminati, you got a total of 1.5 minutes, and your time starts now.
We would like to reiterate that stand that anyone can aim for 100%, but no one has reached the 100%. No one can be called perfect or 100%. They may have reached 99 or close by, and they have succeeded in their life. And we believe that 99 is enough. Aiming we can do, but have that 100% is not mandatory. It is never mandatory. Like maybe like our teammate mentioned, there might be a one-off cause about a rover in Mars or something that needs 100%. But generally in life, being 100% feels like putting a one-dimensional angle to it. So we believe that yes, you can aim for 100%. And I would like to re-quote our teammate that aim for the 100% that is moon, but it's fine if you reach the stars. That's 99%. Thank you.
Thank you for not overstepping. Thank you so much, teams. Before we move into the final handshake, we'd like to understand if there were any new points made in the closing remarks. Team Illuminati, did Flying Eagles make any new points in their closing? Okay, seeing none, Team Flying Eagles, did Illuminati make any new points in the closing? Sure, having said that, we move on to our next round. Thank you so much, teams, for participating and being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Jugal, could we have them off the spotlight? Thank you so much, Jugal. Okay, I'd like to call upon the final two teams for the semis, the second semis, which is going to be Team Conquistadors versus Team PB and J. Can we have them spotlighted, please? Thank you, Team Conquistadors and Team PB and J. Team PB and J, there is no more picking of stances anymore. You've exhausted that advantage. We are going to be going ahead into the coin toss. And here is the agenda. Any issues with the rules of procedure first before we begin? Any issues? Mrinai, Sugandha, Akshat, Prithu? No issues? We're good to go? Okay. Here's the agenda, post which Team Conquistadors is going to call out for the coin toss. Team, the agenda is, and please note down, Sydenham House believes that between the art and the artist, you can love just one. I'll repeat the agenda. Sydenham House believes that between the art and the artist, you can love just one. Team Conquistadors, I would need you to call out for the toss. What's your stance? Viral, could we have the coin toss, please, on the screen? Thank you, Team Conquistadors.
Akshat, would you like to take a coin?
Yeah, we'll go with heads.
Heads. Viral, can you please toss the coin? Tails, it is PB and J get to pick their stance. PB and J, quick, what is your stance on this? Team PB and J, please unmute and give us your stance. Yes, Sugandha.
Give us a minute.
Guys, you don't have that much time. Unfortunately, we
so
want
we'll
to
go with the for the motion.
Okay, proposition. Team PB and J going with proposition. Team Conquistadors going with opposition. Your 2 minutes begin now. I'll repeat. PB and J is proposing the motion. Sydenham House believes that between the art and the artist, you can love just one. Conquistadors, you all are the negs for this motion. Isha, request to update when there's 30 seconds pending.
Yes, I will. Time's up.
All right, thank you so much, Isha. Team proposition, Team F, you all are going first with an opening remark of 1 minute. Team PB and J, the floor is open for your 1 minute.
Yes, so hi, good afternoon. So we would like to propose this fact that between art and artist, you can just love one because the art is subjective and as a person also, we may have some grudges against the artist or we may not like the artist personally, but we may like the work. So people tend to respect the work since that's the inherent, way we function, and um, we may not want to, visit, we may not want to basically we may not like the artist because of some personal bias, like they are involved in some scam or scandal, but their work is really good, so we would be, more inclined towards their work, but not per se the artist. And Renee, do you want to add something here?
Right, just adding to what you were trying to say here. So the artist can
Time's up.
always have a bias. And
Wrap
shall I
up, wrap up.
continue? Yeah,
Yes,
so the
wrap up.
artist can always have a bias and be opinionated, and that could also lead to a political unrest between amongst his followers. So yeah, that's one last
Right.
point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Team PB and J. We move to Team Conquistadors. You all got 1 minute, and the floor is open to your remarks.
Well, we are glad that the opposition took the example of artists because I'll definitely be talking about them in just 1 minute. But I want to drive home the point from the earlier discussion that we were having. Renai,
Isha, can you stop the timer, please? Conquistadors, we'll start with your 1 minute again. You are not audible. Could you please be a little more clear?
do I need to speak louder?
This is better. This is
All
better.
right.
Yes.
All right.
Team Conquistadors, your time starts now.
Well, I'm glad that the opposition spoke about artists because I'll be definitely be talking about them in just 1 second. But I want to drive home the point from the discussion that we had from the earlier round, which was about boxers and wrestlers. So I'll take the example of Mark Tyson. Now, you would know that he's a great boxer. Obviously, he has fantastic win percentage. But as a person, he's very short-tempered. He could be ill-spoken. But people love him despite all of that. You know why? Because of his rigor, because of his personality of that of a go-getter. I think we all have our dark side and our good sides, but it is the things that actually make us succeed in life that are actually looked upon as, because everyone would have some of the other flaw. When you talk of artists, Pablo Picasso was definitely a short-tempered artist, but his art was just so remarkable that people could be just lost in his art gallery for hours and hours. In fact, even someone like Van Gogh was a very depressed person who did not have a lot of support, was definitely not successful in his personal life. But his depression did not come because from the lack of support, but because of his lack of success. And despite that, people loved
Time's
Van
up.
Gogh.
Please wrap up 10 seconds.
Point
Ritu,
made.
you can wrap.
Point made.
Okay, all right. Thank you. We move on to the rebuttal, which is going to be started off with team opposition's first questions. Conquistadors, you're going to start with your first question. 13 minutes is what you get. Isha, are we set with a timer for 13 minutes?
Yes, Harlan.
Okay. Team opposition, you all have your first question.
Akshat, would you like to take that?
Yeah, so my first question would be, how exactly would you distinguish the art and the artist? A lot of times, like my colleague just mentioned, the art in and of itself is completely indistinguishable from the artist. Why? Because we see that the art that the artist puts out is usually because of the perspectives and the life experiences that the artist has accumulated. Those reflect in the art that he puts out. So in effect, when you resonate with art, or when you feel that you love a certain piece of art, you also innately love the perspectives the artist has put out. So internally, somewhere inside of yourself, you do love a certain aspect of the artist that is putting out the relevant art there. Do you really think that there is a distinction between the artist and the art? And is there a distinction that is clear enough to actually drive that difference down to the artist in and of itself, that his individual capacities and his individual perspectives don't matter enough, and the art can be viewed completely separately from his life experiences?
Well, firstly, thank you for making the point that you wanted to make. And I'd also like to say that, Pritu, you mentioned when you were talking about boxers, if I'm not wrong, that they happen to have a dark side and a good side. Well, that is exactly the reason why people can have an opinion about an artist. That is exactly what we meant when we said that an artist can have a bias, and the people who are looking at his work of art may or may not enjoy the work of art, but if they don't like the artist, they will definitely hold a strong stance against it and not like him in general.
Well, definitely you're right about that, Pranay. But if you take the aggression out of Mark Tyson, you wouldn't have a boxer. If you take the depression out of Van Gogh, you wouldn't have the Starry Night painting made in the way that they did make. Now, I'm not saying that you have to love those people, but I'm saying that you have to cherish those people for who they are, because it is because of their nature that they have been able to reproduce pieces of art that they have, be it in a
Right.
boxing match or be it outside in a painting.
So yeah, I like the fact that you're saying that despite what their behavior behind the screens or off the stage, we still can like their art. So are you trying to make a point in our favor? I'm just trying to clarify.
No, I'm trying to say that you don't need to choose between the artist and the art. You can love them both equally in their own perspectives.
Actually, Mrinal, what he's trying to point out is that the art in and of itself is indistinguishable without the artist possessing those exact personality characteristics.
Correct.
So the art in and of itself that we love right now would not have been possible had the artist not taken the exact life path that they've taken. For example, in Van Gogh's case, his depression shaped his perspective, and which is what he then ended up putting out in canvas.
Can I quote one fictional example here? So thank you for putting out the real life example. So just one thought that in Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara, Nazruddin Shah was the artist and he was painting for money. And but apart from that, his basically he was not a good father to Farhan, so Imran. So you can separate the art and the artist, but his work was exceptionally good. So we would
Again,
like to
I would like to just ask a
example.
question whether in that movie was Farhan aware of Nasiruddin Shah's art or not? Was that his first interaction? Did he know about his father through his art first or through
Yeah, he
his?
knew about his art because he came to Spain. They made the plan to visit Spain, and he wanted to visit his gallery. He was aware of this fact that his
And but
father
then,
was an
so
artist.
basically, what you're saying is that personally, because Farhan Akhtar was personally related in a certain familial sense to Nasiruddin Shah, he had that opinion. But as a layman, as a civilian, if you were to look at that art, would you construe that opinion of a personality like Nasiruddin Shah as portrayed in that movie?
I'm happy that Sugandha brought up a point of an artist here because speaking about artists, I would want to take the example of Robert Downey Jr. Growing up, I think because of the fame that he had, because of his family, or because of whatever friends that he did have, he got into drug addiction and that ruined his life. Now, obviously, I'm sure that no one would have liked him for his drug addiction, but obviously, he did have a side apart from that drug addict as well. Eventually, that good side in him helped him overpower that dark side, and he eventually came up to be a very good person. Now, today, when I talk about Robert Downey Jr., you would think of Sherlock Holmes, you would think of Iron Man. But despite all of that, if you were to look at his interviews, I don't think you would be thinking about those characters. You would love him for his charisma and you would love him for his story rather than his roles and his art. So you could equally love an artist for who he is. You don't need a
If
sad
if
ending
it
for every artist.
if we're trying to state examples over here as to who qualifies to be an equally liked art and artist, let's talk about Justin Bieber here. So when he released his first song, which was Baby, it happened to be it was eventually certified the double platinum award, right? And that's a big thing. So that only happens when people start to like the work.
And definitely a
Yeah,
very big
and no,
pressure,
you
Brunei, for
let
a
me
small
finish.
kid.
Let me
Yeah.
finish. So
Go ahead,
yeah,
go
this
ahead.
small kid that you're talking about, not many people were very fond of him initially. That's my point.
Well, I don't know about you taking opinions of teenagers because legally they're not even 18. I think so. They are entitled to opinion, but for you to consider them facts would be a little immature because haven't yet experienced life enough to be able to have points that are qualified for the general public to behave to.
Well,
Coming to your point of Justin Bieber having a double platinum, remember this that he was a teenager. He got a double platinum at such a young age where he didn't have any concept of fame. He got famous off a YouTube video that got liked. There were girls writing love letters to him. I'm sure as a boy he would have been flabbergasted by all that attention, that love, and that money. And even for the best of the best people out there, I think so money or love or too much attention could corrupt any man. I mean, Justin Bieber is just a mortal, right? So you could definitely have him corrupted by all of that. Today, I'm pretty
well,
sure if
I'd
you
like
were
to
to look
disagree
at,
with you when you're
go
saying,
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
yeah. So I'd like to disagree with you when you're saying that we cannot actually consider the responses that teenagers give because this exact generation is what we call the Gen Z now. And if we are not going to take into account their opinions, then it really doesn't make sense. They're the ones who are going to be striving the business. So if the Gen Z was of the opinion that they don't like the art but like the artist, I think we should take that point into consideration.
And how big of a customer base is your Gen Z when it comes to these art pieces? Now, if you're talking about business and if you're talking about Instagram and all those things, those business models are aimed towards Gen Z. Now, it is a function of a random probability that Gen Z would have more time than adults, and they would have more time to be creative and to be able to use these platforms more. But in a parallel universe where they had some sort of a structure where they were more busy with their academics, or maybe they were not allowed to by some company law, by some government law, that they were not having access to all these platforms, it wouldn't be their take that would have been taken into consideration, but it would have been the consideration of adults, as you do in regular procedures of the government, because you don't
I
want
would
the
like to
opinion of
use
kids
one
to be
of
hampering. Go ahead.
So, Pritu, so one thing I would like to, add up certain points here. So in Bollywood, we have many stars, and we just do want to, restrict this discussion to basically art, which is a painting and artist. So let's get to the another point of view. So, you know about Amu Malik. He was involved in many casting couch cases, and as a person, like people don't really respect him, but his work is respected. So we're just trying to bring that point of view. We're not restricting our discussion just to paintings. Okay, this person he was depressed, so which is why he could paint a starry-eyed picture. So that's the inspiration behind. But we want to, explore different genres of art. Let's not just restrict ourselves to painting.
Sugandha, I'm very glad that you brought up Bollywood. I would just like to say that
all right, apologies on invading this privacy, Akshat, but we'll have to side with Team PB and J to silence one member for 1 minute. Can you please mention who that member is going to be?
Akshat.
We would like.
Okay, Akshat, you cannot speak for the next 1 minute. We'll go back to Team PB and J.
Yeah, so can we continue?
Yes.
Okay, so basically that's what our point was, that let's not just restrict our discussion to paintings and enter the other realms of art, which is like Bollywood. So there are many times that I like Kareena Kapoor as her work of art in Chameli, but as a person I don't respect her. I've had personal interaction with her wherein she was not very cordial and she was not good to the audience. So which is why you can very well like the art but not the artist.
So, speaking of art and artists, and speaking of direct interaction with this so-called celebrity, because of Instagram and because of social media, we can directly interact with these people who were seemingly not in touch with us. So we get to know how they are in person as well. So that exactly is driving us to differentiate between the two. So a person who's playing a different character on screen is not the same as a person he is in real life, and that does make a lot of um, uh, basis to judge somebody on.
I would like to thank Sugandha for bringing up Bollywood as an example. Like, I would like to thank Sugandha for bringing up Bollywood as an example. As we can see that most movie stars, they affect the public with their personality. Their personality in and of itself is the influence that they wield. So if you look at somebody like Salman Khan, somebody who has been in the legal limelight for a very long time in our country, and yet has such an immense fan following and such immense commercial success at the box office. This is only possible because of the cult of personality that is cultivated. And this basically means that the art that he puts out and the artist that he is cannot be separated. People either side with Salman Khan or they don't. And that in and of itself means that people will never separate his art from him. It does not matter what he is, what his people perceive of him as to how he leads his personal life, but his personality in and of itself will make sure that he is successful.
But people,
I like the point that you're trying to make here. So if we're I'd like to draw inspiration from cricket here and give an example. So I think we are all aware of the Hardik Pandya scandal that happened a couple of years ago, and we all know how that ended for that artist. So yeah.
To say that it is only artists that are going to have a dark side, I think so that would be a grave misstatement. There are a lot of people that might be into a lot of things that might not be coming into spotlight because they don't have the attraction, or maybe they don't have the perfect fan following. When it comes to Hardik Pandya, forget Hardik Pandya. Let it be your friend from a college, or let it be your friend from childhood. You don't have to love everything about them. I'm pretty sure that you would have a lot of friends that might be messed up in some other way or the another. But still, at the end of the day, for the people that they are, for the good that you see in them, you're still friends with them, and you still try to bring them up and make them float up on the sea rather than sink. It is about choosing your priority, whether you want to define the person as bad because he has those bad traits, or do you want to look at the person holistically. That's up to you, and that's up to everyone's personal bias or opinion.
Well, exactly. I like that. I like the last statement which you made, that it is a very subjective thing and it's a very personal thing. So definitely that is what we initially began with. So and art and artist, only one of the two can be chosen or liked by someone.
So no, I would just like to say that that's not exactly the case. Simply because if we see, like the example I quoted of Salman Khan, or if we go into a even more controversial somebody
But
like
one point here, like you mentioned about Salman Khan, and there's a huge following because of his cult personality. But if you see, the maximum people who follow him are from rural areas or the semi-urban areas. So they are actually not even adding value to our economy. If you see,
Are you
people
saying that
who,
people from rural areas are incapable of conceiving art or
I'm not saying
appreciating it?
I'm not saying they're incapable of accepting art or appreciating art. I'm just saying their thought process is not open. They are very restricted in their mindset. That's what my point
I would
is. I'm
less
not
like to
saying they can't.
respectfully state that that is not something that anybody can ever have a final opinion on. That is not something that can be quantified or backed up with any sort of basis. Anybody in a rural background can have any perspective. We never know what a person thinks or why a person chooses to like a certain art form or a certain artist. I don't
I
think
would like
anybody's
to.
socioeconomic background would ever
So basically, my
deduce that
point
for them.
is,
So I want to add one point to
listen,
Akshat. If you were to go to any village, you would see more ingenuity that is happening in the village because of the limited resources that they have. To say that they're not creative or that they can't appreciate art is definitely not correct. Maybe they don't appreciate the same taste as you, but they definitely do have the taste of their own.
You are taking my point in a different direction. I am saying the people who follow him, they are not adding any value to the economy because they're not very educated. They just follow him, blindly. They don't apply their mind. That's what my point is. I'm not saying they don't appreciate art. Like in Meghalaya, in Shillong, there's the World Heritage Site of, Living Root Bridge. That is the architectural engineering which the people have made 200 years back from the trees, from the roots of rubber trees. So I'm not saying they don't know how to appreciate that. I'm just saying they don't apply their mind because they're not educated. That's my only point. They're not adding value to the economy.
This is also a very, very big presumption that you're making, that anybody that would consume such content would be, in fact, uneducated.
All right, Akshat, you can just wrap up that statement in 10 seconds.
Yeah, so the point that you were making, that these people would be by de facto uneducated just to consume such content or such art, is absolutely wrong. I feel anybody can go ahead and do so, despite their socioeconomic background.
All right, thank you, Team Conquistadors. Teams, appreciate this fire in this rebuttal. We'll move on to the final closing remarks, which is going to start with Team Opposition first. Mind you, no new points to be made in the closing remarks. Team Opposition, you go first. You got 1.5 minutes, and the floor is all yours. The time starts now.
Just go ahead. You could continue.
Yeah, in conclusion, I would just like to say that there is absolutely no reason for us to believe that the art and the artist has to be separate. The person that you love or the art that you love that has been put out is in and of itself a product of the artist himself. So internally, you do have appreciation for some aspect of the personality of the artist himself. So it is not exactly possible to separate the two so cleanly and then say that you simply just love the art or you simply just love the artist. There is a midway, and that is the midway that people are drawn to.
And to say that the fan following wouldn't really lead to progress, well, I don't think so. Fan following is a function or a variable in your GDP of any country. It's the product and the services and the contribution that they do to the country that actually is of any value. So their fan value has no relation to a development point of perspective.
Is that okay? Okay, thank you for keeping it within the boundary. Isha, we'll reset the timer. Team PB and J, you all got the floor for the next 1.5 minutes, and your time starts now.
Thank you so much for the engaging discussion. We still believe that
we would like to use that.
Team, okay. Teams, make sure we are giving you this advantage of doing so once the speech is started. It cannot happen once the team has started. You all are using the time stream. It's accepted, but make sure that in the rounds further, if at all you qualify, you don't use that once the speech has begun. Okay, this is the final warning, Team Conquistadors.
Yes.
There's a time stream shown.
1 second, I do have a problem with this.
Sure. Sorry.
This was iterated to us
Announced
during
before.
the
Yeah,
while we were told the
Correct. So
procedure that it can't be allowed. So how are we
right.
allowing it now?
right, PB&J.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. It got overshot by a couple of seconds while they wanted to raise the card. So we're going to allow them at this point, but going forward, we'll not allow them through any speech start. I mean, once the speech begins, right? Conquistadors, this is the final warning. I understood that you had to use it, but you were late in trying to use it through the speeches. Please avoid that. Team PB&J, you got 1 minute instead of 1 minute 30 seconds to wrap up. Your time starts now.
Let's make it 1 minute and 15 seconds because they were late.
All right,
Let's
okay,
be
given.
fair.
Okay, given. Fair enough. Okay, they were late.
Yeah.
We'll make it 1 minute 15 seconds. No problem. Your
Cool.
time starts now.
So thank you so much for the engaging discussion. We would still like to stick to a point that yes, we can segregate art and artists considering various examples from Bollywood and paintings and artists that we may like the work, but we may not like the artist because we may have a personal, emotional, or political bias against that person. And now, Renee, add some points too.
Additionally, we also gave a really good example. I think we drive the point home was about what happened with Hardik Pandya and how it ended for him. So even though he was probably not accepted or for what he said off the stage, but his work is still applauded. So
Is that it?
yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you so much, Team PB&J. Thank you for keeping it within the boundary. Team Conquistadors and Team PB&J, any new points introduced during this motion of closing remarks? We'll go to Team Conquistadors first. Any new points by Team PB&J? Okay, seeing none, we go to PB&J. PB&J, any new points introduced by Conquistadors?
None.
No.
All right, thank you so much. You can shake hands on this, and thank you so much for a wonderful 20 minutes with all of
Thanks,
us.
guys. Good discussion.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's an interesting topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, can we move them off spotlight, Jugal? Thank you. We're going to be Jugal, over to you.
Yeah, Sanket and Nikita have something planned for the audience. I'd like to take them in.
Yeah. So good afternoon, batch. By the time we have the feedback from our judges and the results, so there is an engagement activity here. So you will be given as any random topic, and you will have to speak over that for a period of 45 seconds. So those whoever are interested, please raise your hand so we can select you. Or we will select any random person. Okay, so Aniket, please unmute yourself.
Hi Sanket, it's been a fantastic morning, and yeah, well done team, well done.
Yeah,
really enjoying it over
so yeah, thank you, Aniket.
Yeah.
So your topic is timer. Please start.
My topic is
Timer.
It's quite a story of how timer came into existence. I think it was Archimedes who come up with this concept of timer, where he was experimenting with the that time like the historical clock, I would call it. He was experimenting with the water. As we know, Archimedes is very famous for his Archimedes principle, which is again very important hydraulics. So he was experimenting with water, and he saw that the water took some like a very specified time coming out of the orifice, and that is where the timer was born. So he built up a vessel and he set up an orifice in such a way that it would give a very specific amount of flow, and it will last exactly for, let's say, 30 seconds or 60 seconds or
Okay,
thank you,
Aniket.
Thank you, Aniket.
Yeah, Shubham Pathak, you'll be talking about 30 seconds. Go ahead. The topic is 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. 30 seconds is a timer which the team were given after they have overshoot their debate, and 30 seconds is a lot of time to discuss about anything or about anything if you have already framed it in your mind, but it is less if you don't know about that topic per se. But in 30 seconds is basically half a minute. We generally don't talk about 30 seconds. When we talk to someone, we always say that give me a minute or give me 2 minutes. So in that terms, the 30 second is generally overvalued, undervalued, my bad.
Saurabh Karlekar will be talking about undervalue.
Okay, undervalue. So undervalue is basically something that we do when we have a particular thing. When we don't have that thing, we generally overvalue that particular thing. So what we need to do is we always have to undervalue the items that we are supposed to get. And uh, just lost the line of thought. Yeah.
Komal will be talking about lost.
Me?
Yes, lost. Lost is your word.
Yeah, I kind of got lost in the debate that was happening today, and people usually get lost in. Many of the participants must have got lost in the debate because it was very engaging, and I feel that being lost in your thoughts is the most amazing thing that a person can do. People get lost in the in their own. Interests. Many of the people get lost in their own interest, and the people who become successful or who are the champions really get lost in their own art. So that's the reason they are the champions.
Vidisha will be talking about champions.
So let's see who turns out to be champion after this debate. But however, when we speak about champions, I think everyone who participates is a champion in itself because the courage to come up and speak shows the power that you have to be a champion. Um, so I think I'll just wish good luck for the teams that are supposed to come.
Okay, thank you, Vidisha. Thank you, everyone who participated. Now I'd like ma'am to announce the results and the feedback. Ma'am, are we good to go? Ma'am, are you there? Minoti ma'am?
Sorry, Jugal.
No worries. No
I
worries.
have to just go for a minute. Just give me a moment, Jugal.
Sure.
Yeah. So should I go ahead and declare who's going to carry on to the finals?
Yes, madam. Over to you. The floor is open to you. We are all waiting to hear the results out.
Sure, sure. So the two teams that are going to carry on to the next round are Team Meluminati and Team Conquistadors. I would like to compliment the other two teams, namely Flying Eagles and PBNJ. I think overall they also did a good job. And more importantly, I think something which is commendable, which I don't generally see in students nowadays, is that they took the feedback that I had given in round one pretty seriously in terms of listening and being alert. Also, just wanted to make it clear that the round between PBNG and Conquistadors, I did take into account the aberration that happened, and the marks were deducted so that it should not be that that extra advantage is given to Conquistadors. No, those marks were also deducted. However, I think overall they put up a good show. Similarly, I think Flying Eagles also did a good job. Obviously, I mean, there has to be, a build up to perfection. A couple of things, again, just a reminder to the next grand finale, which is going to happen. Be precise, stick to your facts. And I think another, huge advantage that these two teams, the teams that have carried on, is the perfect synergy that they have between their teammates. So I think this is, if at all, one has to probably point out what went wrong for the other two teams in this in the semi-finals, is probably that perfect synergy. So it's going to be pretty interesting how this has built up. And like I said, the best of best, congratulations, not just to Meluminati and Conquistadors, but also to Flying Eagles and PBNJ. They definitely put up a good show.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your kind words. Moving on, since we have the final two teams, we're going to be taking a quick 1 minute timeout, and then we move into the final, the grand finale, which is going to be Team Illuminati versus Team Conquistadors. We'll take a minute off. Team Joneses, I'll connect with you in a minute, and then we could move on to the grand finale. All right. Thank you for bearing with us with all due patience. We'll move on to the finale, the grand finale, which is going to be Team Illuminati versus Team Conquistadors. Can you all please be spotlight? Jugal, could you please spotlight the four of them? Thank you, Team Illuminati and Team Conquistadors, for all the entertainment that you've provided to all of us since morning. We move on to the final debate, and this is going to be the agenda. Okay, there are certain renewed rules for the final debate. Team Conquistadors, y'all cannot use the card that you already used in the last round, which was the time stream. That's not allowed to be used anymore. Team Illuminati, did you all use a card? Team Joneses, could you please mention if Illuminati has used a card before?
Yeah, black and white.
Okay, you all have used black and white. Black and white cannot proceed in this particular round. You cannot use black and white. Active cards currently are going to be 3 for you, Illuminati, 3 for you, Conquistadors, 3 active cards for each one of y'all. First come, first serve basis. The same card cannot be used by both the teams. Okay, going forward, this is going to be the change rules of procedure. Please note, the finale is going to comprise of opening remarks of 2 minutes, not 1. The rebuttal is going to span across a wing of 16 minutes, not 13. 16. The closing stays at 1.5 still. So it's going to be a 2 plus 2 plus 16 plus 1.5 plus 1.5. Is this clear? No new statements or remarks passed in the closing statement. Understood? Okay. Any questions? Otherwise, we could move into the agenda for the day, post which Team Illuminati is going to make the coin toss call. Team Illuminati, you all will be calling for the coin toss. Okay, here is the agenda, and I quote: Sydenham House believes that men are silent sufferers in the modern world. Sydenham House believes that men are silent sufferers in the modern world. That's the agendum for discussion for this particular grand finale. We're going to move straight to Illuminati for understanding what is the call for the toss. Thank you, Viral.
We go tails.
You'll go with tails.
Yeah.
Viral, can you flip it, please? Tails it is. What is the stance that you want, Team Illuminati?
Against the motion.
Against the motion. Okay. Team Conquistadors, please note, y'all are the Fs for this motion. Team Illuminati, y'all are the negs for this motion. And the time starts now. 2 minutes is the prep time.
Time's up.
All right. Thank you, Isha. Team Conquistadors, y'all are the Fs. Y'all will begin with the opening remarks for 2 minutes. Team Conquistadors, your 2 minutes begin now.
So I think that it wouldn't be too much of a surprise if you were to look at the offense numbers of men being much higher as compared to that of women. If you were to see the jail population, you would still see a larger population of men that are in bars rather than women. Now, it does not mean that inherently men are much more filled with vice and anger than women are. I guess women are equally susceptible to emotions as we men are, but because of one reason or another, primarily being patriarchy, men were generally told to hide their emotions or to subdue their emotions. Even still today, I guess showing emotions is looked at as a sign of weakness when a man is doing it, and is looked at as a call for support when a woman is doing it. You would generally see women gathering around each other. If you would see a woman crying and they would support each other, maybe they'll give each other chocolates, or maybe they'll appreciate each other. But generally the thing that men say to each other, it's all right, it will pass, and man up, walk it up, or sleep it off, or something like that. So emotions are still not addressed for men today, and that is why we believe that men are still silent sufferers today. That would be my opening remarks.
Okay, is that it? Okay, sure. Thank you, Team Conquistadors. We move to Team Illuminati. You all got 2 minutes. Use that effectively, and your time starts now.
Humans, both irrespective of men or women, suffer. This is known to all of us. But we as a group oppose the fact that men among them are suffering silently. Women have been facing discrimination, violence from ages. Now progressive women and men working towards uplifting women's position in society. In the process, society should support women, hence positive discrimination towards women is must. The long held belief that men are superior to women, as stated by my opponent about patriarchy, is still strong in many parts of the world. Even though dowry is illegal, many people are giving and taking dowry. There are dowry that's happening across the country, and how many of us even know about that? Men too have support groups in favor of them if they become victims. Like women coming around women and hugging and consoling them can happen with men. Men can also do that. Now, to put some numbers into the mix, 15 to 30% hike in number of distress calls received from women who were confined in closed spaces with abusive partners during the COVID lockdown. And a provision was made for women that they can complain anonymously. They don't have to reveal who they were complaining about domestic complaints. So, who is actually silent here? Thank you.
Okay, is that it? All right.
Yes, yes.
Okay, fair enough. We are now going to be moving into the rebuttal, which is going to comprise of 16 minutes, with the first team being team opposition that is going to put forward the first question. Isha, are we ready with the timer for 16 minutes?
Yes, Javier.
Okay, sure. Team opposition, the floor is all yours. We are on for 16 minutes.
Yeah. So the first question to the side proposition would be this: the first speaker, the opening speaker, spoke about how there's no psychological support for men out there. But our question is, do you have any statistics or data to support the same? Because what we believe that it is just a wide claim that you're making, wherein you say that okay, there's no psychological support out there for men, wherein men can do speak to their close friends, they have their family members to speak to. So how do you justify that there's no psychological support for men?
So I think there could be that would be a little bit of a misstatement. I didn't say that there is less support for men out there. I said that despite there being support, it is men who are availing those support on a much lesser basis than that of women. If you were to look at into any numbers, if you could ask any psychologist as to who more of their patients were, you would generally find women who could have been some sort of, they could have had some sort of issues in the past life or from the partner that are approaching men. Even when it comes to a family counseling session, it is usually the women that are approaching the counselors first to talk about their husband that could be too stressed from work, or could be too tired, or could be too aggressive, that could be someone who's not spending time enough, or that looks depressed. He may not be loving his partner as much as he did before. So even today, it's women that are approaching first the counselors to make sure that the men are equally with them on the same point. To come back on the point that Vineet raised, was that you said that there are more number of women today that are actually calling up these counselors or are availing these facilities. There's a rise in the number of women women that are availing these facilities, that just drives on our point that men are still silent sufferers and they are still not approaching those counselors despite there being an availability. I guess if you were to generally look at people out there, you would find that there is men who are more inherently passively aggressive than there are women out there who are passively aggressive, because it is men who are trained to because of their could be of upbringing or could be biological something into us being hunters and gatherers, that we generally look at competition and we generally look to crush that competition rather than work all together. Simple example would be all world wars were started by men and not women. If those husbands would have clearly listened to their women, I'm sure that we wouldn't have had all those world wars, right?
Anyways, I didn't get your point when you relate wars with suffering of men, because then you counter argue your point wherein you say that men started wars, so they are not as sufferers as you would like to portray them as. And yeah, Vinith, you want to add something?
Like you said about how women are starting, I brought the point about anonymity. Women were given a provision to complain anonymously. So weren't they suffering silently? Is that why the factor of anonymity came there?
Also, how would you justify how do you justify men suffering silently when they occupy 75% of the workforce of this country and they occupy more than 90% of the leadership positions in different companies across this country? So how would you still go and suggest that women or men are silent sufferers out there? How would you go and justify that when men have been holding financial positions, men have been holding leadership positions across the country? They have been the persons in power. So how would you just still go on to justify that the men in power were silent sufferers, whereas to the contrary, women have been sufferers? You take the
Would you
labor
like
force
to
data.
go ahead or should I?
Yeah.
No, Akshat, do you want to go ahead or
Yeah,
should I?
go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Well, your statistic speaks for our very point that since men are at the top, they are generally dealing with more stress. When you're looking at an organization head, it is not merely them getting more money out of the pay, but they're also responsible for equally that number of more people. Now, conduct a small psychological experiment for yourself. If I were to give you a team of 2 people to handle versus a team of 20 people to handle, in which scenario would you be more likely to be stressed? Right? That should answer your question. So even if these people are at higher positions, I would say that that work designation comes with a lot more workload and therefore they are more stressed.
Yes.
Now, as to why they are silent about it, again comes back to the point at we are still progressing. There, the poison from the patriarchy still remains in our blood somehow, and we are still trying to fight it, but it is something that I'm speaking as of today. Maybe eventually, maybe if you would have had this debate 100 years from now, men would have been a lot more open, a lot more equal, because definitely there are more men today that are becoming stay-home fathers or are working from home that are taking from women, but their numbers are still less, and therefore I'm talking about the current situation and not a utopian society where men would be equally as open to emotions as women would be.
I would also like to point out that in the current legal scenario, the laws, in fact, are not very gender neutral. They were made to protect women, and unfortunately, that has had the added effect of malicious intent towards men misusing these same laws. If we see that the amount of dowry cases that have been filed, around 46% of those were fake dowry cases. If we look at the rape cases that have been filed, at least where I live in NCR in Delhi, 35% of them have been false accusations of rape. In such a case, when somebody is accused of a serious grievance, of such a gruesome crime like rape, we find that the public and most of our society automatically assumes guilt on the part of the man instead of being absolutely objective and looking at it from both sides. Most of our society simply pushes on and passes the buck onto the man that he must have done something wrong. In our country, unfortunately for a man, he is not innocent until he is proven guilty. He is in fact guilty until proven innocent. That in fact is the problem, which is why men are silent. Why? Because they know that even if they are in a situation like this, they will never get the right and appropriate legal recourse, because the laws themselves have not been built in a way that they can get that recourse. It is a travesty that we find that most men's rights activists in our country, namely Deepika Narayan Bharadwaj herself, is a woman. Because a man being fighting for men's rights activists will never achieve any credibility in today's society. It in fact has to be a woman who has to come up as a men's rights activist, make her point for us, our society, to take her seriously and to take men's rights seriously.
You quoted about stats of fake rape cases. Then let me ask you, how many rape cases have you actually solved? And can you prove with statistics that more men are suffering silently. The part about where men suffer more than women is pretty clear. Like you said, managing a group of 20 is more stressful than two. So definitely men may suffer more owing to the fact that they occupy more responsible places. But what's the proof or anything to substantiate that they are silent about it? Because
Also, yeah. Yeah, also to add to that, I'll just give two counterpoints to the arguments made by the two speakers over here. One, when the opening speakers also spoke about the workload sharing. So he said that men were in more positions, were handling more leadership positions, and then they were responsible for handling more people. And that is the reason why they are facing workplace stress. But the point in here is that cannot be generalized for the entire gender as such, because handling workplace stress is gender neutral. It has got nothing to do with gender specifically for that matter. And if you go by that argument, even the PepsiCo CEO Indra Nooyi might come up and say that I'm handling a lot of people, I'm responsible for the entire company, I'm under stress. But that argument cannot be generalized for any specific gender. People holding positions would be under stress. Of course, they are responsible for handling a lot of people out there, a lot of employees who are dependent on them. So it is gender neutral. First point. Second, the other speaker spoke about how malicious intent. People file these petitions with malicious intent. Whereas I would like to point out even the recent case that you would see, the MJ Akbar defamation case. MJ Akbar came out and said that this was a defamation. I hadn't even molested the appellant out there, but the case as it panned out, you would see that the appeal, the person, the women who appealed against the case was continuously molested by this person in holding position in power, MJ Akbar. And then the women out there didn't have any legal recourse. In 1997, before the Vishaka case came in, until then there was no workplace, there was no legal recourse for workplace harassment or workplace molestation. So who is the silent sufferer over here? It's very much evident and amply clear the fact that men who have been holding this position of power have been abusing their power. In fact, to the contrary, it is women who doesn't have a legal recourse, who doesn't have any legal support out there. And it is
in
only
fact, Rahul, I would just like to retort to what you just mentioned. Basically, it's not men that have been wielding the power and have been wielding the power in the culture. It is actually patriarchy, something that we have also internalized ourselves. We're trying to break out of that. It is these patriarchal systems that have put these norms in place, which have these incidences where we basically have a society where women feel as though they need to make movements and have more legal rights as opposed to having them foundationally as part of a formation of the state. But these patriarchal systems affect men as well, which is what I was trying to point out, that if as a man today you were to go out and fight for men's rights, you would not be taken seriously. There would be no credibility attached to you from society in and of itself. Why? Because the most successful men's rights activist in the country right now, Deepika Narayan Bharadwaj, I repeat again, is a woman. And she decided to make a documentary on this called The Forgotten Sons of India. And it was because of this documentary striking a chord with so many men across our country that she was actually catapulted to national fame, which is why we can even have this conversation now, which is why people like me, men like me, are even aware that this is a problem, that there is a systemic bias against men. Even if you look at the examples of divorce cases, for example, we see, for example, quite recently in Delhi, what happened was a man got divorced. His wife was an MBA and a doctor, yet he was asked to pay 1 crore rupees in maintenance. How exactly is that fair? An educated professional, a doctor and an MBA nonetheless, is supposed to receive 1 crore as maintenance.
Rahul, we want to do something right that you pointed out was wrong, because obviously we want to be on the same page. You said that we should not be talking about general statistics. So let us speak about specific statistics. Let us speak about specific suicide statistics. If you think that men are not silent sufferers, then why is it that the suicide cases for men is much, 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 much higher than women? Do I need to quote a report for that? Do I need to quote a statistic for that? Do you think men have this weird fascination for death, that they're killing out their lives, or they're trying to do something with it? So why do you think that is the case?
Just to counter that, the question here is not about whether you have a number. Again, I'm pretty sure you could get the numbers out there. You can bring out the numbers. Anyways, you would find that the amount of suicides that women are facing is much more higher than that of men. But to answer the question that you've raised over here, when you say that men are suiciding, the point in here is, can you correlate it with respect to the stress or with respect to the suffering that they're undergoing? It could be about multiple reasons, right? Somebody might be financially broke, and so he is taking the suicidal step. Now that has got no relation.
Which again leads to stress. which
But
again
again,
leads to submission of those feelings, which again
exactly.
leads to
Also,
them not
But
I must
approaching.
add here that
exactly.
99% of crimes against women go unreported. So, like your suicide statistics, why is this happening?
Exactly.
Again, Vinny,
And men,
do
men,
you have any actual source to back up that statistic? Because I can quote the exact same thing. 99% of men that feel as though they need to
Yeah, I have a national
avail of some
family health
avenue,
survey.
they also don't. They
Vineet,
feel they
Vineet,
cover it
Vineet,
silently
Vineet.
because of the
There's
cultural.
a national family health survey study that stated that 99% of crimes against women go unreported. Also, India stands 94th in the rankings of reported cases. Getting the case reported means someone is actually coming out and saying that they got raped. So India is ranks very low, and many other countries rank low. So that means women are suffering silently. How many women have come out saying that they are the rape victim? The society will ostracize them. So in fact,
And how many of them were actually true cases, Vineet? You could always say that there are a particular number of. Go ahead.
More than majority were true cases, right? You're not saying that the majority of women are not misusing it.
I can't say that. I can't say
could you
that.
could you to the could you to the contrary point out any case wherein you could list out any statistics, say 20% of the cases that were filed by women were false cases? Could you prove anything to the contrary? No, right? And another question that I had to reply to the earlier point that you raised, wherein you said men were suiciding. But the point in here is, as I spoken earlier as well, it is the financial condition that might have taken them to take that step, and that doesn't imply that they are suffering they are suffering silently. Because the point in here was the very recent case of suicide by Cafe Coffee Day owner, and he suicided because he was facing a financial stress. And now anybody in his position would have felt the same. It had nothing to do with his gender. Now you might go on and say that Cafe Coffee Day CEO was a man and he was under a lot of financial stress, and that is why he suicided. He was a silent sufferer. But the point in here is, anybody occupying that kind of a leadership position, if he was facing a bankruptcy kind of a situation, if whether it was a he or a she, would have taken the same step. Unfortunately, it happened. But the point in here is, you can't simply correlate a suicidal tendency with a gender, because there are examples on either side which says that suicide has been increasing. So it has got no relation whatsoever the gender, and you can't really simply correlate it with an assumption, with a very stated assumption that men could be suffering silently.
Well, then how
Actually,
do
what
we
the
deal?
correlation here is not exactly with what you just pointed out. It's more with the stress in society and how men have to deal with it. Like if we were to go in the context of our own society, we can say that like men don't exactly have the option. We have to succeed in our country, and I would say the world over, apart from places like Netherlands.
1 minute,
There is no actual
not have?
option.
Are you implying that women does not have to succeed? Because you just said in our society men has to succeed. So are you indirectly saying women does not have to succeed?
They don't have the same
Provided
pressure
they're
to
from the right
succeed as much as
socioeconomic
men do.
background and they have the necessary support available, yes, women can indeed choose the career path where they don't have to be
It's just a can,
continually
so they
pressured
don't have to. You
take
are saying
take
they don't
the
have the
onus of the
pressure.
economic
You are
sovereignty of their
saying
family.
women does not have the pressure to succeed. They just can. If they want, they can succeed. Otherwise, they don't
Not
have
at
to.
all. Pressure. I am sorry. What I'm trying to insinuate here is that the pressure that comes onto men is a societal pressure. It is an internalized pressure from the patriarchal system that we live in. The women can succeed wherever they want. They can also pressure themselves to succeed. But the onus is always going to be on the man to succeed.
In a country where women are forced to marry off at the age of 18, you are saying that they have the freedom to choose. Most of
Again,
the women
I said if they have the right socioeconomic background. Of course, if a woman is not in control of her own destiny, that she cannot make that choice. And you might say that the person in control of her destiny is actually a man in our society or in our family. But that is what I'm trying to get at, that the correlation is not with a man, a particular male, or with a particular female. It's the system of patriarchy. It's not men in general. It's the patriarchal system that people are fighting against. And in this fight against that patriarchal system, men and women are both united. It's not a men versus women issue. It's an issue of men and women fighting for equal rights. It is equitable rights for each and every person, gender neutral.
But
Vineet, if at all, Vineet, you were married earlier than what you wanted to marry at. Let's say if you wanted to marry at 20, 30 years of age, but ultimately these women are being married to men. So let's say you have a bride that's coming into your home and you are being married off at age 27. A simple question to ask yourself would be, are you not stressed? Are you not stressed about the baby? Are you not stressed about the life? Are you not stressed about the fact that you have not established yourself in your career and you're forced to take this family ahead and you're forced to be a caretaker, breadwinner? Will that not stress you?
Let me just ask you something. Don't the advantages of a patriarchal society for men outweigh the disadvantages that you just mentioned?
Vineet, you just get 10 seconds to wrap that up. Just 10 seconds.
Yeah, I believe that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages of the patriarchy that my friend mentioned.
Okay. Thank you, team, for a wonderful Freedom hammering out on the annual, I guess. Okay, we are going to be moving ahead into the final closing remarks. We'll move into team opposition. Making the final remarks, mind you, no new statements to be passed. Team opposition, can you all move into your final closing remarks? 1.5 minutes is what you get. Isha, are we ready with the timer?
Yes, Harvey.
We're ready with the timer, right? Okay, sure. Team opposition, your time starts 1.5 minutes and your time starts now.
Yeah,
I would like to thank Vineet and.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah.
Wait.
It's not us, Akshat.
It's us, right? Yeah.
No, it's not us. It's not us.
Akshat, team opposition begins first.
Team opposition.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Sorry, Rahul, you can go ahead.
Yeah, not an issue. So I think just like what we saw right now, the team proposition has been fumbling throughout the discussion. They have been searching for points. They have been confused themselves. Wherein at one point in time, they say that, men have been at the center of patriarchy and women are the silent sufferers throughout. They do concur with us wherein they say that women have been social sufferers because of the way the system is right now. So adding to that point, what we as side opposition wanted to stress was the fact that this patriarchal system is somewhere women were silently pushed to a corner and men in no way was suffering silently, because of the fact that even if you look at the workplace statistics, wherein 75% of more than 75% is occupied by them, leadership positions, you can say more than 90% of the leadership positions is also held by them. So how can you go out and say that men are silent sufferers out here? And again, to add to that point, we did point out that men have got recourse in terms of emotional support, in terms of the friend circle. So there is in no way that men don't have a system out there to support them. Also, the social stigma attached with women and the attached with how women are not allowed to break their boundaries is something we need to address. There's so there's no legal recourse out there. So that is what we believe. There's men aren't silent sufferers. They have got legal recourses. They have got system out there to support them. In fact, to the contrary, women are. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Team Illuminati. We move back to Team Conquistadors. Your closing remarks for 1.5 minutes and your time starts now.
This was definitely a very intuitive and a fruitful discussion that we had here. Obviously, all of us would be on the side that no one needs to suffer alone, be it men or be it women. It just so happens to be the case because of the social setup that men could be suffering more than women, and we know the case that men are suffering more than women because of pure factors of suicide cases. It could be more factors of them being in jail or them having to act on impulse and do things that might be out of the law in order to support their family. Remember this, that nobody does a particular crime just for the heck of it. They might be having an underlying reason to do that. If I rob a bank tomorrow, I wouldn't be robbing it because I love to rob, but because there might be some family to support. So they're doing it for some underlying reason. Also remember that it is often said that a woman is behind the success of a man. It is because men are silent sufferers and they generally don't get it out. You need that ice to that fire to be able to calm that person down, and therefore it is women that are actually helping men be in more touch with their emotions, be in touch with themselves more, and therefore we men definitely need women to be there for the support of each other. It's not just men that will be able to help with each other without the support of women. So I feel that men are silent sufferers because the facts speak for themselves. I know I have time remaining, but I guess that's all that I have.
Is that it? Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much, Isha. Thank you so much, Team Conquistadors and Team Illuminati. Fabulous job, I think, both the teams. Any new points introduced, Team Illuminati and Team Conquistadors, in the closing remarks? Okay, it's a no from Conquistadors and it's a no from Illuminati also. Thank you so much. You all can shake hands on this one and you all can depart. Jugal, you could put the spotlight off of these four.
Yeah, sure.
We had fun, Illuminati. It was fun.
Yeah, thank you.
That was great, Illuminati. Nice one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jugal, over to you.
Yeah, Ria would like to continue with the filler. Ria?
Yeah. So, batch, in the meantime, would some of you like to give your feedback as to how did you like the event, something that you found interesting? Anyone, you can raise your hand and yeah, go ahead, Aniket.
Yeah, I think I gave my feedback or a 10-second feedback earlier, but I also have a feedback for the internal activity that we did for the audience. amazing Antakshari, I would say. Apart from that, the teams are really energetic. There are fresh perspectives, even I never thought of. Both the teams were extremely good. The finalists, I mean, I didn't thought that this could be the outcome of this event. Amazing energy from both the teams, and I think Dharmik is holding everything really great. Like a good, I would say, glue to the entire debate. Good luck. Good luck for the results.
Komal, just a small disclaimer, guys, no result related feedback. Yeah, Komal, you may go ahead.
Since the beginning, all the teams were very active and the discussions were very fruitful. The topics were very innovative, and the way you all managed it was amazing. The structure was also nice, and yeah, the interaction activity was also an added advantage for audience. So overall, it was really nice event, and it was managed virtually. So I did not feel like I got lost virtually.
Thank you, Komal. Ajinkya, you have to speak 10 seconds on virtual setup.
Okay, so the virtual setup or the Zoom setup, it was really nice. The way it was managed and the timing, everything, the meeting which was managed, it was really nice. And especially the topics given and the way people spoke on it, the perspectives they put, and the way there were some topics wherein defending the other side was really tough, and still they managed the perspectives, the thought they brought in was really nice. So all the teams were good, all the perspective topics were really good. Everything was managed very well. And even though we were not a part of the debate, but still the insights that we could get, it was a really good learning experience for all of us. So thank you so much for this event.
Thank you. Raj, you'd like to add something?
Yeah, first of all, yeah, it was a great event just because we got the chance to discover a lot of fresh perspectives. And these are topics that are very intrinsic to our daily lives. And we don't get that time, or we don't have the outlook to think towards it in a different way. And also regarding the virtual experience. Now, being, conducting such a hassle-free event in a virtual setup is a big challenge. And all the credits to the team, just because I just can't point out any shortcoming in the event, and great effort. Congratulations.
Team Maluminati. Thank you, Raj. Team Maluminati, would you like to share your experience? We'd love to hear it from you.
Vinith, would you want to go first or?
You go.
Yeah, it was great actually. We never thought the way this would pan out. I mean, the topics were really interesting. Like we were part of other debate competitions as well. But what I found special about this event was, topics were very genuine and very interesting in that sense. Like there were topics which we never thought would come as well. And also both sides of the, debating teams, they were very good in that sense as well. So I feel it was good competition and good fun. In fact, I thought a Sunday morning wouldn't go much better than this. So, I mean, it was great.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Rahul, for your feedback. Vineet, would you like to say something?
Yeah. So I must comment on the format. I really love the format because I was having tough with many other formats I've been in. Like this is the best format. I appreciate the team behind it for the format and the organization. It was pitch perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Team Conquistadors, would you like to add on to that?
I would say that it was immensely a pleasure interacting with all the people that were present here, especially Manuminati. I guess that Rahul has a very charismatic smile, and it was fun. I mean, watching him come back with points and me, going at it again and again. And I guess this is not only just for this particular team, but all teams were playing well. They were all respecting each other, and despite that, they were being aggressive where they had to. So this was very fun. This was very challenging, but very fun activity, and definitely there was a lot of learning pointers that I think all of us could take away from this.
Yeah,
I would just like to say that I really appreciate all the topics that were brought in. They really made us think, and also I think, like Raj mentioned, that these are very intrinsic to our real life and how we live out these concepts. It's very important to have discussed them and at least have heard what people might think about these topics from a different perspective. And I think that was very enlightening and also something that has shaped my own perspective going forward. Thank you so much for everybody that helped in organizing this.
Thank you so much, Akshat. We'd also like to hear from our moderator and our chairpersons. Whoever would like to go first. Was I audible?
Yes, Priya. Alok here. So
Yeah,
I'd go
yeah,
first.
go ahead, Alo. Yeah, sure.
Yes. Yeah. So first and foremost, like everybody pointed out, it was very well managed. I was surprised that despite the online setup, it could be so engaging, so heated at times, and everybody was there present on their toes listening. So that's a very good job for the entire team, for the participants, and obviously the audience as well. So that's going good. And yeah, that's pretty much about it. Hope you continue the streak. The entire committee continues the streak even going forward. That's from my side. Thank you. All the best to all the four team members.
Thank you so much, Alok. Thank you. Dharmik, would you like to add something?
I think pretty much they've all summed it up. I have known the batch. I have known you guys as a committee also, and it's been, I think, a fantastic run since morning. Never expected this quality of debate to come up. So it's definitely been surpassing a particular threshold. Over the top experiences is something that we've always looked forward to, and that's been our endeavor at Sim3, whereby we always take it a notch upwards. And I think you've rightfully justified all that we stand for as an objective, as an institution. You rightfully justified that. So that's about it. As a moderator, I think I've had more fun than many others. And I think I'll try to be better next time in terms of maintaining the discipline. That's what I think I can collect. So that's what.
Oh no, we think you were great and the event went really well. Thank you so much, Dharmik. We'd like Saurabh to share his views on the event.
Which
Yeah,
one?
thank you. Again, Team Jonas is so just in its third edition right now, and so the last 2 years we've of course seen Jonas as an offline extravaganza, and we had our own thoughts as to how the online thing will pan out. But looking at the last 2.5, 3 odd hours, I mean, it couldn't have gotten anything better than this. Kudos to the participants, to the teams, to the organizers for organizing it so well, to the coordinators, to the judges. I mean, it's really challenging to do all of this virtually, but fantastic. I mean, for me personally, inch perfectly done. And really looking forward to the next edition, looking forward to these teams, these colleges coming in the future editions as well. And excited for the results now. So without wasting any time, I'd like to really listen from the judge about who's won the entire thing after all.
All right, I think before we move to the final results, Saurabh, we could have a couple of guesses. I just want to pick people at randomly to understand what they have a guess. This is the final round. It was very neck to neck, and I'm sure people have got a couple of opinions. I'll go to a couple of people at random to just understand if they've gotten to guess anything. I'll go to Rajiv. Rajiv Bide.
Hi, Dharmik.
Any guesses on who the winner could be in the finale according to you?
Sir, Dharmik, even though I am from Simsri, but it was very cut-to-cut competition and it's very tough to judge who will be the winner.
Any guesses from your side?
No, not at all.
Okay, no guesses from your side. Okay, anybody else who would like to guess? Can we go to Prajakta? Prajakta, do you want to guess the winner for the finale?
I would guess it is Malluminati. I mean, that is my guess. I'm not sure, but it was great. It was amazing. Both the teams were great.
All right, thank you, audience. Madam, I think we'd move straight back to you, circling to you. I think it'd be really helpful if you would be able to give a very constructive sort of a feedback first, and then we could, jump in straight, dive into the results that we all are awaiting.
Yeah. So I think it was a pleasure judging the quality of arguments that I have been exposed to since morning. Mostly, I mean, before giving the feedback, I think I need to do some acknowledgement, some thanking before we move on to the feedback and to the declaration of the results. Like very rightly pointed by Saurabh, I think the event has been very seamless. It has been extremely engaging. And personally, as a student and a teacher, the online medium is extremely overwhelming, in terms of teaching and learning. So definitely it is overwhelming in terms of actually participating in a debate. I had doubts about how this entire thing will pan out, but I think the way the organizing team has gone about not just arranging the nitty-gritties, but also communicating to the participants and the judges, I think I mean, I have organized several events, so I'm telling you, there must have been a lot of going around before you actually had this event online. So hats off to the participants, hats off to the organizers. Uh, Now coming to the feedback, a little more suspense before I declare the winner, because there has to be some suspense. So as regards the feedback, I think I expected better in terms of content. Why do I say this? Because the interpretation of the topic, I think, was more lopsided. When we say men are silent sufferers in the modern world, there should have been some questioning around that should have been gone by both teams. When we say men, the actual implication is not just men and women. It is actually here in this context, human beings. So, the debate would have completely shifted to a different peg. Here we sat and discussed and debated about men versus women. And we did a lot of, kind of arguments on the gender aspect. If you would have interpreted in a larger context in terms of the fact that it is one's free will and not one's resignation to fate, men can't keep suffering. They are not silent sufferers. They are active participants in writing their own destinies, and in that they are architects of their own destiny. I think the debate would have gone notches above what it was. But nevertheless, I think there is some amount of research which goes into any endeavor. And again, I can't blame everybody, because more often than not, Google also throws up very funny searches. So in this, in fact, I have to say that one has to finally rely on one's thinking ability. Just imagine if the argument was only men, then why wasn't there any mention of men are silent sufferers as compared to women in the modern world? Why the stress on modern world? Okay, so I think a little more thinking around could have gone. The arguments could have got better. Nevertheless, I think it was an extremely good effort by both the teams. So I have primarily not marked so much on content. I have marked on the logicality of the arguments, who was more convincing in the two teams. And also, I think group dynamics played an extremely important role in the last round, because I think somewhere, one team exceeded the other in terms of taking the load. The load has to be balanced equally by both the team members, which I think could have been better done by one team. So so that is pretty much it. Now to the declaration of the winners. I also felt like someone had guessed that Malumanati were the better of the two teams here. Although, like I said, I was in fact on an individual basis much impressed by in Conquistadors. I thought one of the persons, I think it was a person whose name begins with A. So so he was more impressive in the previous rounds. But I thought in the last round, Meluminati kind of superseded the Conquistadors. But good effort by both the teams in reaching so far. So that is my verdict on it. Congratulations to both the winning team and the runners-up.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much. Hearty congratulations on the winning team, Team Maluminati. Team Maluminati, could we have you up on stage, please? Okay, good. Jugal, can we highlight these two? Okay, Team Maluminati, I'm going to have a quick round of questions with the both of you all to understand how it went. What do you think was something that you could collect? Just a general feedback from the two of you all. Team Conquistadors, I'll come to you, don't worry. You all will stay close to my heart. I'm from your college, don't worry, but deserved is deserved. Maluminati, you all have taken the icing here on this one, and rightly so, well deserved. Any final parting remarks?
I think me and Rahul have participated in 4 debates till now, and this is our first. So I am actually out of words now. So just it's awesome.
Also, I think in terms of organizing, it was better. Like the entire event got winded up within first half of the day. So a lot of times it happens that it gets dragged on for the entire day, and then by the evening you are tired and you're exhausted. You don't want to speak actually. So a very short format, lesser teams, but then the quality was very good. So in that sense, I feel this was much better in terms of
Great.
the format.
Kudos to the organizing team once again. Fab job, Team Joneses. Stupendous work. Thank you, Team Illuminati. If there's anything else you all would like to mention, you all can obviously raise a feedback to the Joneses team offline on a one-on-one basis, and we will be more than glad to incorporate that in the next coming versions. And we'd like to see your college come in the next year also. I mean, could be your juniors, could be your batch, etc. But we'd like to see you all again in the next year. Thank you, Team Illuminati. Team Conquistadors, can you please be highlighted? Right. Not so much there, but almost there. How do you feel?
I think their place is very well deserved. It is only when you have a challenging opponent that you are forced to come up with new ideas and challenge yourself. It was definitely a challenge for us to be able to keep on coming with new ideas and finding ways to challenge them, which was definitely a fun activity. So I congratulate Malmanati for the hard work that they've put in. Definitely, it was very fun for us to be able to, and it was privileged. We felt very privileged to be able to be there up with you guys in the final round and to be able to speak to you guys and debate with you guys. All debate aside, I think you guys are very fun. You guys are very cool guys, and I would have loved to shake your hand, but this being in a virtual platform, I can only just wave my hand at you and say all the best for your future endeavors. Okay, I see a thumbs up by one of the members.
Very well said. Akshat, over to you.
Yeah, I would like to echo what Preeti just said. I would have loved to have this in a real life setup, but of course, we managed to do this virtually as well as we possibly could have. I would have loved to have shaken their hands also. Maluminati was absolutely exceptional in the final round. They really pushed us hard. I had to think of 2 or 3 examples in the span of like 5 seconds just to be able to counter what one of them had said. And I think that is exactly the kind of experience we should take away from this, that we have to be thinking on our feet, and also the feedback that was provided to us by the judge. I'm also very grateful for that, that we should have applied a different perspective into trying to apply the topic in and of itself. And we became a little too technical. We just assumed it very grammatically, what the topic actually was trying to convey. And I think that it has been a massive learning experience for me personally. And I think we're also very privileged to have gone up against somebody like Maluminati. And I also hope that they are well informed for their future endeavors.
We have definitely taken the feedback in good nature, and we will definitely be working on it. So I can promise you, at least from the people that might be coming ahead, might be of a much better quality, and this quality will only keep on improving. Be it in a competition or be it in a personal life, we will definitely try to implement some of the learning that we have taken from this event.
Ritu and Akshat, on that note, I think Akshat, you all complemented each other very well as a team. Akshat, I thought you could have done better in the last round, but nice to note that you've taken the feedback.
Yes, I'm very grateful.
Thank you. Thank you, Team Conquistadors. Thank you so much for being with us and having us all have a good time, resonate with you completely. Thank you. Over to you, Prarthana, on the closing remarks, if any.
Okay, I would like to thank the entire batch, our dignitaries, whoever have joined us, all the participants. Congratulations to the winners and the runner-ups as well. I would want Viral to continue on the closing note for the entire batch. I would, before we move on to that, I would like to thank the entire Joneses team for seamlessly organizing this event and making it a success. Viral, over to you.
Thank you, Pratna. So on behalf of Team Joneses and Simsri, we would like to firstly congratulate the winners, Team Illuminati, and thanks for being here on a early Sunday morning, and also on winning this one-of-a-kind event. Secondly, we would like to extend a hearty vote of thanks to all the dignitaries present, our judge, our beloved moderator, participants, and also our batch for gracing the event and helping us with your opinions. And signing off until next time, Team Joneses 2021.
Thank you so much, team. Thank you so much, participants. I think the audience could wait. Is that so? Viral, how are we going about with the closing? Should the audience be waiting for anything, or can we all leave together?
We can close on the event now. Everyone will get some time to wind up, etc. Because it's been a very energetic competition altogether.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
The batch will leave.